What? I thought I was just live yesterday. Oh, it's Wednesday. That's weird. Sup, nerds? Guess we're streaming today, huh? Got a lot to cover. Got a lot going on. It's been a very fun day so far, and I'm sure it's only going to get more chaotic. Thank you to Blazing Phoenix for the 5 months of subscription and support. Got lovely Panda here with the 6 months. Just got hit by an ad. Thanks for subscribing to guarantee you won't see those in the future. And we got Jabberwack here with the 12 months of support. Thank you guys so much. Ooh, changing the model on scroll on the picker is very clever, actually. Yeah, Mark just said that somebody's already opened a feature request for that. I like the idea. I'm going to think on that a bit more and maybe play with it too. But that sounds like a actually viable path to make model switching faster and simpler. You know, rush phase. We got a lot to do today. I actually just realized I didn't post on Media Studio. Let me do that quick. Create. Science Studio. Available. And that post is live. Let's go ping Discord. At everyone, we are live ranking LLMs. Come through. Done. Back here for research. See if there's anything I need to cover. Really need to think about that minding the gap thing. All the Theo tags, goddamn. Android AOSP. Oh, this actually might be a video. Who dropped that? NMG, thank you so much for that link. Have I had much time to experiment with the 4.0 image generator? Love everything not loading back in with the ChatGPT app. Yeah, I've been playing with it quite a bit. Obviously, that wasn't good enough for my use cases, so I had to tidy it up in Photoshop, but it's pretty good stuff. Thank you, Deluge, for the support. Really appreciate that. Primary source. Very useful. No, you can't use the GitHub Copilot API. Yeah, I woke up, checked Twitter quick, saw nothing but Ghibli, and closed Twitter. I really hope we can get our video ready soonish so that I can drop it during the hype window. Tailwinds removing at apply? What? Where? Evidence, please. I did see Google and Sam having a fun back and forth. I've not had a chance to try this. It's still open in my Vivaldi instance, in my tab for, or in my profile for no distractions it's named, and I haven't had a chance because I've been insanely busy. This is fun. Oh, great job, YouTube. Love that I can't see the bottom of the chat. Yeah, Twitch's app is kind of a joke. MCP registry from Vercel. Interesting that Mintlify is the company going all in on the registry side. I had ideas on this. I might hit up my guys over at Mintlify about it. Seeing Stripe in there annoys me. I'm currently mad at Stripe. I don't know if you guys saw, but I can't see how much money we're making at the moment because Stripe's billing analytics are currently under maintenance. What's really funny is if you search for Stripe, billing analytics is currently under maintenance. No results found. I thought I was going insane this morning. So I did get official word from Stripe that it's down at the moment. Yeah, I know that AOSP will still be public, but the development of it will now be private, which is interesting enough that I might make a video on it. Favorite TF2 class? Huntsman Sniper was my favorite for like a while, just for raw fun and dicking around. Obviously, it's not as viable for competitive, but it's fun as hell. The other one that I would say I main just by hours is pretty close is Scout. I just love jumping around. Fast movement is hard to beat. Yeah, we do not have the margin for a student discount. Sadly enough, being a student and being in another country doesn't magically make our costs any cheaper. So we would just be taking a loss for the sake of a customer who can't make us money. And if you haven't noticed, there are no other AI companies doing student discounts or like regional pricing. OpenAI isn't, Anthropic isn't, Cursor isn't, Windsurf isn't. None of these companies are because it's just a loss leader and nothing else. And thank you, Kata, as well. Oh, you donated when I was AFK? I'm so sorry. Oh, shit. Thank you for the support. Really appreciate it. We should do a better changelog, yes. Yeah, according to Mark, we have something in progress for it. But yeah, just the Twitter thing was meant to be a more interactive, low effort, highly public solution for changelogs. And it went better than expected for longer than expected, but it's absolutely reached its time and we need to do something. Technologies that were right and wrong with T3 chat. I already did a video where I go deep on that. Yeah, I already answered this, Kaki. I haven't had a chance to try Fi yet. I have it open in my in my Vivaldi no distractions tab, so I will get there, but I haven't had a chance. Soon, I promise. WWDC, is that happening right now? That's not for a while, right? Yeah, it's not till June. Oh, they announced it yesterday. Yeah, the Ghibli was from 4.0. That said, I have been working on image support for T3 chat. I had to screw with a lot of stuff to make it happen. Let's see if I take Giblify this image. See how Gemini handles it. It tried. Up. Change this image so it is in the style of Studio Ghibli. It tried. Feels like there's some person on the other side doing a really bad Photoshop job live on the fly. Oh man, are they actually going to do that? Gross. Yes, Ethan, the code path is there to store it in the sync layer, and I'm going to do it soon. We've been very busy. We only were syncing chat data up until recently. Sorry about that. All being fixed soon. Gonna redo the sync engine very soon as well. Just been busy beyond belief. Heading more in the direction of V0 in terms of previews for UI in T3 chat. No, we're not going to be doing code stuff in T3 chat like that. I don't have any plans to do the like interactive editor experience. We're not building a tool just for developers. Yes, Eva, but it hasn't been redone for like a month and a half, and I have a much better idea of what the characteristics are of it. Okay. I will say I'm on their side on this one. Midjourney doesn't offer an API because they're not trying to compete with people who are. They're not trying to build a tool for devs. They're trying to build a tool for people to generate images. Let's figure out what we're going to cover first. Let me thank all the subs. Lakshay, oh shit, thank you for dropping by in for the sub. Really appreciate that. Hope all is well for you. I've seen you've been getting a lot of attention on your stuff lately. I also saw the crypto scam thing. I am sorry that happens far too much in the space. I'm surprised nobody's really went hard on like a T3 chat coin or something to fuck with me. I would ruin them if they tried. We got JRA95 with the Prime. Thank you for that as well. Little finger here with the Prime for 8 months. Switched from Claude to T3 chat, and aside from the code block formatting being a bit weird, it's been awesome. When did you switch, Pleb? Because I fixed a bit of the tab, like the indentation was broken with Gemini on T3 chat, and I just fixed that, I think. So hopefully it's better now. If not, let me know and I'll take another look. But if it's something else, also definitely let us know, because I want to make sure formatting is a thing I care too much about. We will get formatting perfect, even if I have to keep fighting it forever. We got Grant Wiley here with the Prime. Thank you so much for the support. Also, normally I try to hide the numbers in here, but I don't care anymore. This is the best performing video we've ever had. 100K in the first 24 hours was a big deal, like the 1 to 3 times or so that we hit it in the past. 144K in 14 hours is unheard of for me. So thank you all for the support. This one is slaughtering. AWS Q launched in agent mode, a new interactive CLI. Ooh, there was actually a thing I wanted to cover. This is the channel I'm thinking of. Yes. I Explained did a video that I watched yesterday. Did AI just get commoditized? That was really, really good. And I kind of wanted to do my own take on this. Not what I was looking for. We'll go with this. Microsoft might break up with OpenAI. Yeah, how has X not done the API for Grok? I'm so deep on conspiracy theories on that I will sound insane if I cover them. So, but my honest guess, XAI put so much money and effort into their app and their website that they're scared of people experiencing them other places where they're not as sticky. But if they use Grok and start to like Grok through Grok's interfaces, they are much less likely to move off. And they're scared of being another option in someone else's picker, because then it doesn't look or feel as good. Yeah, but the customer base on Android for any given app is probably not enough to cover more than one full-time employee. Let's be real. It might, yeah, that's actually a good point as well, Arian. It might also be terrible at agentic stuff. I think I saw this. Oh, I didn't see that one. That's hilarious. I saw somebody giblified the dashboard. I still can't believe the Stripe dashboard can just go down. Pretty insane. Shit, Roy, thanks for joining as a member. So the conspiracy theory is I know that a lot of people at XAI and on Grok have seen T3 chat and know about T3 chat, and they might specifically be scared of T3 chat's success on Twitter pulling users from their funnel, because their funnel is Twitter to Grok. But if I'm able to use Twitter to funnel to T3 chat, and that ends up being the better, cheaper place to use Grok, they don't get the users they're trying to get right now. Yo, NMG with the gift. Thank you so much for that. We got Grant Wiley here with the Prime, and we got CO Food here with the Tier 1. Thank you all for the support. I did not see AI chat inside WhatsApp. I'm surprised I didn't already have that. Projects are coming in the near future. I have to finish building it. There's a lot of other things I have to fix. I still have to finish the Prime podcast. I got like halfway through, but I've just been way too fucking busy. I'm very excited too. What the fuck is Deep Claude? Oh, a fusion between Claude's reason or DeepSeek's reasoning and Claude's stuff. Yeah. Not my thing. Potentially useful, but I'd have to play with it more. Yes, I did look at the Gemini scores. They're nuts. They killed it. It means you have a sub. Yeah. Refresh and you'll see it. Oh shit, NMG gifting another set of Twitch subs. Thank you so much for throwing the 5-bomb. $1,500 a month doesn't feel like much. It's $50 a day. What do you mean $1,500 a month doesn't feel like much? What? I'm just confused. Like, if you share it in a team, because it's not for teams, it's a solo sub. It's $8 a month for you. Sorry, it's just what? What can we do? Yeah, you sign in with a Google account. You don't share your Google account with the team. So the difference with Cursor's 500 fast requests is that you use them in various different ways. Like I could be in Cursor and just Command K, do some shit, and then it does it. And I might go to another tab and do the same like constantly, versus a chat app where you're like asking a specific thing. We already have the additional money you can spend for more Claude. Realistically speaking, we can't give more Claude for a better rate. We are already like break even with it on average. If we were to do a higher tier, it would be for things like other more expensive models. Like if we add 4.5, image gen and larger amounts of it. Something I want is the concurrent chat where you have multiple chats going at the same time, where you're prompting the same prompt to multiple models in parallel would be very fun, but these things end up increasing our costs a bunch. So putting those under a higher paid tier in the future makes sense. Not a thing we're rushing to do, but a thing we're absolutely thinking about. Yeah, 3.7 thinking costs 2 faster quests too. I have no idea. We haven't even started planning for this part. It's so far past where we already are. What's the cursor theme? It's the cursor Dark Midnight. A world where we're able to negotiate a better rate with Claude. Yeah, actually, shit, we might be right on the line where we can do that. I might have to hit them up later. Mark, remind me to annoy our rep at Claude. Cool. You can refill the 100 message limit. You can't refill the 1500, but if you hit the 1500, a notification comes up saying, hey, can you hit us up on support so we can talk to you and better understand how you did it? No plans for local models. It's a very different use case. Auto picker's a thing we're thinking about. We'll figure that out in the future. There will be other login options in the future. It'll probably be like Microsoft and Apple. Problem for another day. Yo, just a weird guy with the sub. Thank you for the prime. And then Saplency here with the 13 months, over a year now. Thank you for the year of support. My settings JSON is very boring. I don't think there's much value in me sharing it. Not GitHub. We're not a dev tool, guys. I am just curious if Stripes fixed their shit. They said tomorrow, and I believe them, but I was hoping to write a report for my investors at the end of the day, and I can't because I don't know how much money we are making. It is quite strange to not be able to know the amount of money that your business is currently making because your provider of payments is broken. Like, how are they not even reporting this in status? I'm not giving the benefit of a doubt to a company that is that big, makes that much money, and is failing to provide a very core service with data that they refuse to expose. If they had exposed this data via API in some way that I could have been tracking it myself and had a backup during this outage, that would have been fine. But they don't. The fact that they are arbitrarily restricting the data and the service can go down, that combination is brutal. Let's start covering all these things. I don't know how many of these will become videos, but there's a lot of good stuff here, so we will see how I feel after filming this one. So YouTube chat appears to have just like outright died. That's awesome. Love that. Sorry, YouTube. Yeah, the whole instance died. That's hilarious. It's just dead. Well, let's grab this guy quick. Pop that out. Sorry, YouTube chat. Blame YouTube's absolute shit code. I've not covered Dia yet. I have it installed, but haven't played with it enough to cover it. Good shit, Ashy Boy, man. Thank you for the support. Let me get my offset done. 40 to 10. Offset is done. Every big code base is different. This type of video would be very hard to do in a way that's actually useful. Oh, that is hilarious that the timing is off like that, but that's fine. I'm just going by the record time so that it offsets properly in my stuff. Didn't realize that I was that close, though. Meta's going to have to rethink their entire AI strategy to keep up at this point. I'm curious to see what at the Llama Conf that they have, what they end up dropping, because I'm sure they're sitting on things for that at the moment. There are no promo codes currently available, sadly. Let us figure out what we're starting with. Kind of feeling this Android topic. Yeah, let's go straight to it. Trying to decide if I want to make the intro personal or not for this. I think I do. Yeah. Back when I was in high school, if it wasn't for Android, I might not be here today. It was an essential technology for getting me into open source. The idea of contributing and seeing the code that's actually running on my phone on the internet there for anyone to change just blew me away as a kid. It was like the next logical step from changing the HTML in your page in the browser to see updates in the UI on your site. Or retake on that. If it wasn't for Android, there's a good chance I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for Android. That operating system was a massive change. There's a good chance I wouldn't be here today if it wasn't for Android. It was a game-changing operating system for me back as a kid in high school. The fact that the whole thing was open source and I could just go in and look at and change the code, it was like the natural progression of HTML in the browser that you could edit the source of and see changes. It felt magical, like the things that powered my world were suddenly open to me. Which is why I'm sad to say some of that magic is going away. The Android team is fundamentally changing the way they work on Android, and they're moving all development out of the open source projects. This has some concerning implications for Android, how it's being developed, and the long-term plans that Google has for this operating system. But as an iPhone user, since I moved to iPhone, my bills are significantly higher. But since I'm not on Android anymore, I got to pay that Apple tax somehow. So if I'm going to make sure this bill for this phone gets paid, we need to take a quick sponsor break. Be right back. Anyways, Google will develop the Android operating system fully in private. Here's why. Google does say they're still committed to releasing source code, so don't freak out just yet. But the way Google plans on operating the Android OS is very different from how it used to be. Currently, Google shares some of the work it does for the public AOSP Garrett, which I believe is the most recent version. Oh, Garrett's their code platform, I think. Yeah. There's a whole crazy history about Google's attempts to do GitHub alternatives. Google's code platform died a brutal death because no one liked it. They also refused to embrace Git until far too late. Painful that they're doing anything like this still. God. But yeah. The goal for the privatization is to simplify Android OS development and the goal for the privatization is to simplify OS development and not to hinder external developers. So like Google remains committed to publishing source code to AOSP after each release. I think it'll help if you guys have a bit more history of where Android came from and how it got here. So what better to do than Excalibur? So we need to go back in time. All the way back to all the way back to 2007, ideally a bit earlier. So let's say it's 2006. It's 2006. Our smartphones look something like this. BlackBerry phone. This is the phones that we're all using. Probably doesn't even have the fancy color screen. There we go. The 8700. Yeah, I remember this one. So it is 2007. It's 2006, 2007. Our phones look like this. We think that we need these awful keyboards to get anything done on our devices. The operating systems that they are using are barely operating systems. They're a bunch of crappy Java applets. And the platforms across BlackBerry, Kyocera, and all the other phones that exist are entirely different and unrelated. It was a shit show, to be frank. In between companies like BlackBerry, Kyocera, what was the one fancy phone that was on T-Mobile? The Sidekick. There were so many of these different devices that had entirely different operating systems and tech stacks and methods to develop for them. And the emerging technology for developing for them ended up being this wonderful language known as Java. Java's whole selling point is that it was a way to write your code once, and as long as the runtime had been ported to different places, you'd be able to run that app in those other places. Okay, Nokia is a good point as well. I'll put that in the list. There's a lot of these. And Java had this big, bold promise of we can provide a single unified platform where you can write things and they will run on all these different devices. If you were trying to get into mobile development at the time and you went all in on these crappy proprietary Java applets, you were in for a rough time. They were not fun to write, and all the developers who went all in on that had to relearn everything once mobile apps as we know them now happened. But there were a couple things that needed to happen for this change to start occurring. The big thing was obviously the iPhone happened. The iPhone had a handful of really big revolutions in it. The biggest by far was the capacitive touch screen. Previous touchscreens used a technology called reflection, or I think it was reflective. Capacitive touch screen versus come on, Google. Resistive, sorry. Thank you, cool. Yeah. The iPhone's biggest revolution, in my opinion, was the capacitive touchscreen. Other devices were using what were called, God, why did I forget the name already? Resistive touchscreens. So resistive why can't I type it all? Okay, retake on this bit. For the iPhone, most touchscreens use a technology called resistive touch. The way it worked was there was a plastic layer on top of the screen that would be pushed in when you pushed. And the connection of the two layers was what triggered a touch. So if you have like your screen, what the hell happened there? I'm not trying to comment. No, go away. What the hell happened to my, there we go. Oops, cool. So if you had your screen layer, I'll make this vertical to make it clearer. So you have your screen here, but you have the thing you touch in front. And when you touch the screen, what would happen is this would flex. And once it made contact with the screen, then it would trigger. But you'll feel, especially if you use like an old Nintendo DS or something, or one of those like stylus writers for signing your signature at a store after you use your credit card, stuff like that, you had to push down with force in order to make this connect. And that meant certain things were basically impossible. Dragging sucked unless you used a stylus. It could be precise, but not really. They just felt bad. And and this technology was bad enough that you basically had to use a stylus to do anything meaningful on this type of touchscreen. Apple went all in on capacitive touch instead. Capacitive touch was capacitive, which means it used the amount of electricity coming off of your skin to determine where your finger was on the device. That meant you couldn't use a traditional stylus on it because it wouldn't conduct electricity properly, but it meant they could do crazy things that weren't really fathomable before, like multi-touch with multiple fingers. For a while, you could actually use for a while, the whole feature where you could just use fingers to zoom in like that, like I can on my trackpad here, where I just put two fingers and I can zoom in and out. That multi-touch gesture was patented by Apple because it was part of their genuine technological revolution with how we would interface with touchscreens. Capacitive was such a big change that they took the bold step of not putting a keyboard on the phone and having just a touchscreen, which at the time seemed insane, and all of the competition memed them endlessly and put keyboards on all their phones, even their fancy big touchscreens, they would have the slide-out keyboard, because it took us a decade to realize that these touchscreens were actually really good. It changed everything. And these capacitive touchscreens meant that all of a sudden, the platform we had all been building for, which was this crappy, tiny 4x3 screen with a keyboard underneath, was not the right way to build apps. But we had all these developers that knew Java. Now we need to go back a bit. Ignore everything I just said about iPhone and touchscreens, because in parallel to this era, there was a realization had around Java. The realization was that Java is a universal enough platform that the realization is that Java's platform, despite being universal, was not easy enough to distribute simply because BlackBerry, Kyocera, Sidekick, Nokia, and all these other companies had their own way of distributing things separately. So even if you had a bundle, you had built an app that could run on all these different phones, actually shipping it out was nearly impossible. And this led to a genius idea by the crew that eventually made Android called the Android Project. And the Android Project, whether or not you knew this, or the Android Project, believe it or not, was not intended to be an operating system initially. It was an app store and runtime. The goal of Android was to make it easier to build and distribute apps across all these different platforms. So the way they had things planned, Android would be an app you installed on a BlackBerry, on a Kyocera, on a Nokia, on whatever, and you would download apps built for Android, this Java layer, so you could build a Java app once and then put it on the Android store and sell it to all the users of all these different phones. Because at the time, the assumption was that we would have a Windows-like ecosystem, similar to how there are lots of different manufacturers making things with Windows, that we would get there with mobile. But since all the software was so different, the only path there was using Java instead. You might see where we're going with this. The Android project was doing okay at the time. They were excited to see where they could go building this platform for apps. But then the iPhone happened. Kind of threw a wrench into those plans, because the iPhone happening meant that this platform is no longer anywhere near as viable. And on top of that, Google went into a full panic. Google was not prepared for the iPhone launch, and when they saw how well it did, they were terrified. This led to Google doing a bit of soul searching and hunting to try and figure out what project is far enough along that we can use it to actually meaningfully compete with what Apple is doing. Which is why Google bought Android. When Google bought Android, it was still very much this App Store platform project that was being built as an open source thing by, if I recall, a bunch of MIT kids. And Google acquired them and said, okay, we need an operating system now. And that is when they went all in on turning this platform they had built into an operating system, which led to some interesting decisions. The most notable being Android was built in Java. Yeah. Java's a surprisingly powerful platform and language, and I'm known for defending it more than I probably should. Java gets way more crap than it deserves. A lot of that crap is deserved when you start building operating systems in it. Building an OS in Android, and building Android in Java was a questionable decision. It was so questionable that eventually Google had to rebuild the entire Java runtime and platform to make Android run decently. Like, it's kind of insane the stuff Google had to do in order to unfuck what they had done by letting Android be an OS written in Java. Chat's already ahead here. There's a long-ass history of lawsuits between Google and Oracle. Oracle, as the owners of Java, felt as though Google rewriting all of Java was against the... Oracle, who owns Java, felt that Google rewriting the Java standard was in violation of Oracle's patents and licenses, and they fought forever over this. And as much as I hate Oracle, and believe me, I am not an Oracle fan, especially the way that they've maintained the JavaScript trademark despite not shipping anything with JS, it should be illegal. But I actually think they had a fair point with the Android thing and with the recreation of Java and the JIT layer that Google had to build. That was copying other people's patented work. Yeah, it's a sketchy area. I'm happy that I'm not a lawyer because I would not have wanted to be involved in that case at all. But I do think Oracle had a legitimate argument, even if just because Google was using Java in a very unintended way and re-architecting it for free. Yeah. Android's whole history here is weird. It's also worth noting that Android, from its start, was always meant to be an open standard because they wanted to be the standard and they saw openness as a path there. So when it was acquired by Google, they maintained that openness. This resulted in a lot of different devices being made using Android. I'm going to kill this part because that didn't happen until much later. The first one was the G1, which was an exclusive to T-Mobile because remember at the time the iPhone was the G1 was the first official Android phone that was released by Google as a T-Mobile exclusive. If you're young enough, you might not recall this era. Most phones were carrier exclusives until Apple said, fuck this, and changed that. But for a very long time, phones only worked on one carrier. It's crazy to think now that that was the case, but it was, and it was insane. The G1 was a T-Mobile exclusive, and it was the introduction of Android. And what a phone it was. Again, the world wasn't bought into touchscreens yet, so despite having a decent capacitive screen, they stuffed a keyboard on it too. They also had a dedicated call and hang up button because it was that era. But this phone was one of the first open phones, which was cool to think that like the operating system on this device was open source, and it was the closest thing they had to an iPhone competitor ever. Pretty nuts. Funny this says 2018 is when it was written because it was 2008. It took them over a year to get this out, but they did it. They had an Android competitor, but they did it. They had an iPhone competitor. And with this being successful, a lot of other companies took notice, specifically Verizon. Verizon was very jealous of the success of the iPhone on AT&T, and they wanted their own competitor, which is why Verizon spent way too much money to get the trademark for droid because Lucasfilms, the creators of Star Wars, had the droid trademark. So Android couldn't use the term droid. Android was distinct enough they couldn't be sued for it, but droid was a term that could not be used for Android because the trademark was owned by Lucasfilms and LucasArts. Verizon spent the money to pay that fee in order to do droid phones, which ended up being the first super successful anti-Apple marketing campaign. And it normalized Android in a very meaningful way. My first smartphone was the original Motorola Droid on Verizon, and I had so much fun hacking the absolute hell out of that phone and its 600 megahertz processor. What a time. This also meant that we had a decent app store for the first time, but with that, we had another problem. The OS updates were not shipped by Google. Since my phone was made by Motorola, the operating system on my phone wasn't fully open source. It was a fork of Android that had a bunch of Motorola stuff added to it, a bunch of Verizon bloatware added to it, that was then locked in to my specific phone. When Google released an update to Android, it was up in the air if I would ever even see it. iPhones are known for getting updates for 6 to 8 years, sometimes more. At this point in time, Android phones would get updates for 6 to 8 months before they would stop getting major releases, which is insane, absolutely absurd. And when a new release came out, if you did get it, it would take months to get those updates. Over time, Google tried so many different things to fix this problem, to try and make it easier for Android users to get updates on their phones. They built this whole Android One program where manufacturers, to be certified, would have to promise to do updates within a certain time frame for a certain amount of time. Yeah, that went, let's be frank, that went poorly for them. No one wanted to do that. So Google ended up making a huge change to Android. Google moved all of the Google stuff out of Android Core. What this means is previously, stuff like the Play Store, like the messaging app, like the notification services, those all used to be part of Android itself. Google ended up ripping out all of those things into their own separate Play Store services bundle that they could update separately. So even if your phone's on an old version of Android, changes they make to the store and the store architecture, to the notification services that developers use, to the Android platform beyond what features the OS it has at its core, they were able to abstract a ton of the logic here. But at the same time, they also closed source all of that stuff. So a bunch of the things that were core to how Android worked and behaved suddenly were no longer part of Android itself. This had benefits and negatives. It meant that you could have a properly de-Googled Android by installing the open source project on a rooted phone and not installing the Google Play services bundle. Now, all of a sudden, you can have a properly de-Googled phone, but almost no apps are going to work because all of them expect to have those different integrations. This helped the fact that manufacturers suck, and it allowed for people to get updates, but it also was the start of this eroding of the open source goals of the Android project. There was also one more important change to Android. Around, not this era, but soon after, I would say here-ish. If I recall, it was right around the same time the Droid happened. Come on, not what I'm trying to do at all. The Nexus line is introduced. The Nexus line was Google's attempt at raising the bar for Android phones. They felt as though the state of updates, the state of the hardware, the pricing, and all of these things were starting to get rough. So they made their own line of phones called the Google Nexus line that would be done in partnership with various manufacturers to make a good phone with guaranteed vanilla updates for a reasonable amount of time. I had a Nexus 4. I had a Galaxy Nexus. I also had both Nexus tablets, the 7-inch specifically. What a time. The Nexus line was historically very much a thing that diehard nerds like myself that were part of the open source experience would use, but they weren't devices that many beyond us lunatics would bother touching. They weren't marketed well. They weren't meant to be for consumers, but they were fine devices. Slowly, the Nexus line eroded. They made a big mistake by partnering with Huawei right before they got banned from the US. And that phone was an interesting device. They also, at some point around here, acquired Motorola. And the Motorola acquisition is one of the most legendary fumbles in the history of hardware, but also a sly play that benefited Google greatly. Google buys Motorola. Google bought Motorola for $12.5 billion, and then they sold Motorola to Lenovo for $2.91 billion. They took a nearly $10 billion hit in 2 years. They bought them in 2012 for $12.5 billion, and they sold in 2014 for $2.91 billion. There was an important piece here that isn't clearly shown, which is after the sell happened, there's one important piece that wasn't covered there in the buy and then immediate sell, which is Google kept the patents. Motorola is one of the first companies doing phones, had a bunch of crazy patents and prior art for all the things you'd ever need to do on a phone. How many patents did Motorola have when Google bought them? We'll ask T3 chat. 17,000 patents when they were acquired. That's insane. That is genuinely absurd. So they kept the patents when they sold off Motorola and let the manufacturing and all of that stuff go over to Lenovo, who thought they would be able to make a play in phones and then failed. After this, the Pixel line is introduced. The Google Pixel line is like what we think of today when we think of Android phones, but it took them a few roles to get people to take them seriously. It was weird that Google was making a phone, similar to how weird it was when Microsoft started making the Surface line. It also was kind of a middle finger to the manufacturing partners, because the expectation at the time was that everyone else would make the phones, Google would just make the operating system, and Nexus was never a real threat. All of a sudden, Google's kind of throwing stones in their glass house. They're telling the manufacturers, hey, we're competing with you now. You're using ROS, and we're going to compete with you, which was terrifying for all these manufacturers. So there was a ton of infighting between them, attempts to make new app stores, the whole Amazon Fire shit show when they tried building their own Android platform. The Facebook phone, if you guys want a really good throwback, this has been entirely forgotten to time. Facebook tried building their own phone that was using an Android fork. Total shit show. Multiple attempts, too. Good times. Yeah. They had one that wasn't using Android and one that was, if I recall. But the Pixel line was a huge change because previously, the full OS on a Nexus, like all of the code running on your Nexus by default, was open sourced. As of the Pixel line, vanilla Android no longer meant open source Android. Your Pixel phone had a ton of software, a ton of features, a ton of things that were not part of Android. Google had very clearly diverged and was no longer just making Android this open platform. Android was an open platform for the OS, but the functionality and the key differentiators that made the phones great, everything from the camera app to the image processing layer to the notification systems, to just how the accelerometer processed data, all of these pieces started to not be part of the open source Android builds. And more, you could have a brand new Google Android phone and a vanilla AOSP install next to each other, and they looked nothing alike. So over time, basically from acquisition on, Google has been slowly but surely de-opening the Android open source project. And to be clear, the OS itself is still open. It's based on Linux, kind of. They forked a long time ago. But Android, at this point in time, has significantly lost that open source vibe it was going for. There is one other important piece to consider. We'll ask T3 chat because it's always hard to find these numbers. How much money does Google make on the average iPhone user compared to the average Android user. Previously, when I found these numbers way back, Google would make about $1 a month per iPhone user and a bunch less, like 47 cents per Android user. So average spend is $12.77 per app on Android, $6.19 or on iOS, $6.19 per Android. Yeah, these numbers are hard to find now, but for a long time it was believed that Google made more money on iPhone users than Android users. There's a bunch of reasons for that, but the big one, as Chat's correctly discovered, is the demographics. iPhone users on average have more money because iPhones on average cost more money. As such, it's not super surprising that Android users don't make as much money for Google because they're a worse target for ads. They have less money to spend. They're not buying services as often. It makes sense. I would bet that on average, iPhone users using YouTube have paid for premium significantly more often than Android users, like as a demographic. But I would also guess that the Pixel line is better there. And a big reason why they made the Pixels was to try and raise the bar for high-end Android phones to make them really competitive with iPhones again. They did a pretty good job. The Pixel line is so good that I've considered grabbing one. It's an iPhone lifer at this point. I really want the Pixel Fold. I'm not going to lie. I keep staring at it. I'm like, man, folding phones sound so good. And then Chat's already spoiled the next part. Processors suck. Apple had started manufacturing their own chips, and the performance of those chips was insane. iPhone versus Android performance over time. Oh, I was going to go to infrequently noted for this, funny enough. This is, to be fair, back in 2021, but this is from my friend / arch nemesis, the single guy who fights React the hardest. Here is the single core performance of different phones over time. So the Galaxy line had a big spike in 2017, and it is roughly maintained with a little bit of a bump here and there, whereas the iPhone, every single year, has a meaningful bump in its single core performance. The scariest thing here by far, though, is these cheaper Android phones. Despite the fact that a new $200 to $300 Android phone comes out every year, the performance does not actually improve. A $200 Android phone from 2017 doesn't perform that much worse than one from 2015, and doesn't perform that much worse than one from 2019. That sucks. The fact that these performance gaps have not been closed and that the fact that the performance has not meaningfully improved on these phones for so long is genuinely terrifying. This made Google in particular very scared. The main reason this happened is a certain company that I really don't like, Qualcomm. Qualcomm is a very strange company because they don't really have to compete with anyone, because there aren't many companies making processors for phones that are even somewhat viable. And since you need their modems anyways, because they make the modems, the Wi-Fi chips, the CPU, the GPU, all the things you need to make a phone, they can kind of just charge whatever and update if and when they feel like at best. Every company that tried to compete eventually gave up. But Qualcomm was an interesting beast. And the rate of improvement in Android was very much tied to if Qualcomm felt like it. Because of this, Google was terrified because Apple was continuing to improve their chips with the iPhone. But they couldn't keep up because despite iPhones getting really good over time, Qualcomm just didn't care because their customers had to buy their processors anyways. Qualcomm had no incentive to compete with iPhone performance because Android phones weren't going to sell meaningfully better if they closed that gap. They could make just as much money selling the same chips forever. They don't care. Eventually, things got threatening enough that they started to adjust, but that took like 6 to 8 years for Qualcomm to even pretend to give a shit anymore. So Google introduces their own chip manufacturing. It took a while for Google's chip manufacturing to get good enough to be even talked about. They only put them in their cheap phones initially. and they were not as fast as competing Qualcomm chips. But slowly over time, they got pretty good, and they went way further on the AI side for their own like infrastructure stuff. It's part of why Gemini is such a powerful model, because they're running on Google's own proprietary architecture. But it's also worth noting that Google's chips are very proprietary. We know very little about these chips. They run ARM, cool, but Google's kept the details here very tight-lipped. So, to summarize all of this, Android is open, except Play Services, which is used for all of the core functionality in Android, from notifications to... Play Services is used for all of the core functionality in Android, from notifications to app updates to account management. Good luck using Android without Play Services. It's open except for the CPUs Google makes, which only Google can have access to. Google will let you use Android, but they won't let you use the chips they have. They won't let you use their camera app and processing. If you want to make an Android phone with a good camera, that's your problem. They're not going to share any of the work they have done there. Android's just slowly lost its open edge. Is it awesome that the OS itself is open? Yes. But at the same time, it is heartbreaking that so many of the core things you need to make a great Android phone are now fully locked down. According to chat, AOSP doesn't even have the phone app anymore. That's the point we're at. There was one tangent, and I don't know how far it's worth even going into this. Facetious. Google was planning a really bold fusion. They had two big operating systems. They had Android, and they had Chrome OS. One of these was stable, and one of these was based on Java. Their plan was to merge the two with a new OS that would allow for you to run Android apps and web native stuff within the same OS very trivially across all platforms. Sorry, it's Fuchsia. Fuchsia. They spelt it weird. Don't blame me. I blame them. Blame Google for spelling their shit weird. This OS was meant to be the future of Google. The Google platform would coalesce onto Fuchsia as the OS for everything. I know it's supposed to be pronounced Fuchsia, or Fuchsia like the color. I don't care. They spelt it weird. They never released it. I don't give a fuck. This OS has had quite the development journey. They've accepted that it will never run on phones the way Android does. They've also seemingly divested from Android in a meaningful way, where they just don't honestly seem to care as much about Android at all, which makes sense. They don't make a lot of money off of it, and it's not targeting the users trying to make the most money off of. This OS is now used primarily for IoT devices. Come on. This OS is still used, though, for Google Home. Your weird Google AI devices you can talk to are all this OS is used for. But it's using Rust, but it is using Rust, so if you want to feel good about that, yeah. I also think it's open source. I'm not sure. Haven't kept up because it's dead. It's rough. The open source history of Android is chaotic, and it seems like we have just entered a new chapter. So, sorry for that long tangent. Let's finish reading this. No matter the manufacturer, every Android phone has one thing in common: the software base. Manufacturers can heavily customize the look and feel of the Android OS that they are shipping on their Android devices, but under the hood, the core system functionality is derived from the same open source foundation, the AOSP. After over 16 years, Google's making big changes to how it develops the open source versions of Android in an effort to streamline its development. AOSP is an operating system that Google releases under the Apache 2 license. It means anyone can use, distribute, or modify and distribute the operating system based on AOSP without the need to pay a licensing fee or release source code. Progressive licensing structure has facilitated the widespread adoption of AOSP, leading to the creation of customized forks like Samsung's One UI, notably a closed source fork. There are cool open source ones like Graphene OS, which is a fully open source, privacy focused Android fork. There's also Lineage OS, which is the end game for CyanogenMod, which was the community I got my open source journey like really kickstarted in. Those are the open source ones by the community, though. All the ones by big companies like Samsung are closed source. Android does take contributions from third-party devs, but Google does do most of that development themselves. Internally, they treat Android as a full-scale product development operation internally in order to ensure the vitality of Android as a platform and as an open-source project. Therefore, Google has the final say in what code can be merged into AOSP and when new versions of source code are released. The company develops AOSP components privately to allow for devs and OEMs to use a single version of Android without tracking unfinished work from the future just to keep up. This is why I am concerned. Android has historically had a massive problem with how long it takes for manufacturers to ship the latest version of Android. When a new Android release comes out, if you're on One UI, Samsung now has to take all the things that changed in Android since when they forked and apply those changes to their fork. And they're probably going to want to do other changes around the same time too. That sucks. It's genuinely unpleasant. I get why, and now those developers can't even get ahead. They can't keep an eye on what is changing in order to make sure they are prepared with their own updates. This is something I do a lot. I track the changes in things like Next.js and things like React. If you go to the Next.js GitHub repo, you can almost always see what they are currently cooking. I was able to spoil pretty much their entire Next conference last year because I was reading the GitHub source, I was reading the change logs and saw that they had added a new feature I was excited about, did a video on it, and then it ended up being the main big thing they were going to announce at that conference. But here we could just go through and see all of the things that are being changed with every single Canary release. Pretty nuts. The point here being, if you're building tools that are built around Next or around, the point here being, if you're building a tool that's built heavily into or around Next or React, you can absolutely keep track of those changes. And I would hope that you have somebody who's full-time dedicated to managing that tooling around Next.js so they can keep an eye on these things and ask questions and make changes accordingly. Google just decided they don't want that anymore. This is kind of a hard stance they have taken where they are pulling away a lot of the benefits that non-Google Android phones have. There is one other really big layer here to go back to this history that I think will help clarify why they might be doing this right now. The Epic case. If you somehow aren't familiar because this video is on my other channel, Epic Games, the creators of Fortnite, have been in a very interesting set of legal battles with both Google and Apple regarding how they run their app stores. Both Google and Apple take a 30% cut of all digital transactions, either through purchasing an app on their app store or made in an app downloaded through their app store. IRL goods and services are not charged this fee. So if you book an Uber or buy a pizza or order something from Amazon, the percentage fee doesn't apply. But if you are buying an in-app purchase for something like a subscription to me on Twitch, or you're trying to support some creator on Patreon, or you want to buy a cosmetic in a game, a 30% cut goes to Google or Apple, depending on which platform you're on. Epic, rightfully, thinks that is fucking absurd because they refuse to let you do other options. It's not that I can't implement my own payment system. Stripe only takes 3%. But Google won't let me use Stripe unless I'm making an app that sells a physical good. This sucks. This sucks for so many reasons. And I genuinely look down on Google and Apple for doing this. As a fan of both and a hater of both, the way they run the app stores and the way they charge those fees is despicable, and it should be considered illegal. Google goes a step further, though. Google pays phone manufacturers to include Play Store. And more importantly, do not include other stores. Remember earlier when I mentioned the whole Amazon Fire platform where they were trying to make like the Fire open source? Or remember earlier when I mentioned the Amazon Fire ecosystem? Amazon actually had a phone too. And the Fire phone was one of the first and only attempts at a 3D screen on a phone, which was cheesy and terrible. But it also didn't have the Play Store. It only had the Amazon store. Google was terrified of this, so they started paying Android manufacturers to bundle Play Store and not other platforms. Retake on that bit. Since Play Store wasn't on the Fire phone and it was a big enough company that it could actually threaten Google, they were terrified. So they started working really, really hard to figure out how to make sure every Android phone ever always would have the Play Store. And what that ended up being is payments they would make to these manufacturers. So Samsung gets a huge check from Google in order to include the Play Store. And other companies get a bigger check if they also agree to not include competing stores. The landmark case that just happened is that this was decided to be illegal. In the court case with Epic, the court ruled that Google had such an absurd monopoly in the space that a couple things had to change. The first is that all apps on the Android, or the first change was that all apps on the Play Store have to be made available to all other app providers. So to retake that, the entire Play Store catalog has to be accessible to competitors. That is a massive change in and of itself, because now every other app store is technically better than Google's, because other app stores have access to all of Google's apps as well as theoretically their own that aren't possible to download other places. They also now have to allow for competitors. They also now have to allow competing app stores to be installed through Play Store. So if I hear about the Google, so if I want to install the Epic Games Store or the Samsung Marketplace, Google has to let me put that on the App Store, which is insane. I never imagined we would be at the day where Google's forced to allow these things on their store. And most importantly, they have to stop paying manufacturers to bundle the Play Store and other Play services. It is worth noting that this ruling had a clear timeline on it of 5 years for these parts. But this bottom part here, the stop paying manufacturers, seem to be a pretty definitive, like forever type thing. The other two are temporary. In the words of the judge, the goal was to rebalance the monopolistic nature of how Google had behaved for a decade plus. And the way the judge appeared to think of it was, if these two changes temporarily aren't enough for other stores to meaningfully compete with the Play Store, then it is a natural monopoly. Therefore, we shouldn't intervene. But if this monopoly only exists because of Google's bullshit, this will crush it. And now Android will once again be an open platform for at least app installs. This is an awesome ruling, and it's honestly sad to me that Google got screwed this hard and Apple barely got screwed at all, especially when you consider that Apple's effectively ignored the ruling and taken the interpretation that they have of it absurdly poorly. I could go on a long rant about that. Check out my videos on my other channel about how screwy Apple is with all of the stuff. They've been awful. But Google historically has been just as awful, but the courts ruled in favor of Epic, which I did not expect. But that's a huge change. And it means that a lot of the value Google gets from Android is at risk in a way it's never been at risk before. My honest guess is that this is one of the biggest motivators in the changes that we're talking about today. Google wants to minimize the amount of competitive advantages that non-Pixel phones have because they can no longer guarantee that non-Pixel phones have the Play Store. To balance AOSP's open nature with its product development strategy, Google maintains two primary Android branches. To balance AOSP's open nature with its product development strat, Google maintains two primary Android branches, the public AOSP branch and the internal development branch. The AOSP branch is accessible to anyone, while Google's internal branch is restricted to companies with a Google Mobile Services licensing agreement. Okay, so they are giving access to that internal branch Still, perhaps. Yeah. Previously, things like the Bluetooth stack were part of the public branch, but a lot of important components, the majority of them, including the core Android OS framework, was developed privately within the Google internal branch. Apparently, all development is moving to the internal branch now. Yeah, the public branch often lags far behind what's available privately. And apparently, that private version is accessible to manufacturers, which means that the version of Android on your Samsung phone could be more up to date than what you can get from the open source build. Yeah. Yeah, the latest Android 16 beta is from their internal branch, which is fundamentally different from the clean AOSP builds available right now. Fascinating. I had no idea that they had drifted that far. Apparently, the branches are different enough that merge conflicts arise, and since they're not using competent tools for source control management, that sucks. They have an example. Ooh, this is actually cool. They have an example patch here of like previous patch concern changing the number from 59 in the current patch. There's a hard-coded number for accessibility zooming, and they don't know what to change it to. That's terrifying. Android's new unlocked only storage area API requires a Google engineer to cherry pick a patch from the internal branch to AOSP to resolve merge conflicts. The API was developed in AOSP. The file containing the new Android flags was developed internally. This is awful. I wish they would just do all of it public, but yeah, this is a mess. Google is still committed to publishing source code, so this doesn't mean that they're going closed source, but it does mean we don't know when we will see the open source builds when we install things on our phone. And despite the previous era where a Nexus phone was running code that you could go build and install yourself, Android has moved far in the other direction over time, and you cannot see the code that is running on your Pixel phone today. Other notable thing is that if they make kernel changes, they have to keep publishing those basically as soon as they build and ship them, because that's licensed under GPL, which is a license that very clearly states that changes to the code have to be open sourced as well. So the Android Linux kernel is going to still be fully open source because it has to be, but the rest of Android, they're going to do whatever the hell they want with by the seams of it. And this all starts next week. Yeah. It's also worth noting that this doesn't immediately change anything for the community. App devs will be unaffected. People building custom ROMs won't be more affected than they already were by the slow divergence of these different branches. If you're trying to build Graphene OS on the latest Android, your timelines have been crunched over time because Google gives you less and less of the code up until release. Also of note is that most companies that fork AOSP rarely use the main AOSP branch because of the instability of it. Yeah. And this is why I'm covering it. External devs who enjoy reading or contributing to AOSP are likely going to be dismayed by the news because it's meaningfully reducing our insight into what the hell Google is doing. If I don't have this fancy GMS license, I can't see what's going on in Android anymore. Apparently, somebody found the Pixel webcam feature months before it was officially released, which allows for much higher quality use of your phone as a webcam device by plugging it in over USB. That was found in the Android source code, which allowed somebody to leak it. Those types of things are over now. Google had three options: maintain the status quo, shift all development internally, or make all development public. Considering Google's stated rationale for private Android development and its recent transition to trunk-based development, its decision to consolidate work under a single internal branch, streamlining both OS development and source code releases, is understandable. Yeah. Waiting for Google to say more, but for now, this is some sad news. as a person who largely got into open source as a result of Android being an open platform, it's sad to see more and more of these things get shut down. I'm scared of a world in the future where kids don't have access to the things they need to play with the stuff that they are doing. The fact that Flash isn't a viable way for people to make games anymore. The fact that we experience software through apps instead of websites where I can right click, inspect, and make changes. Like, it's silly, but doing stupid shit like this when I was a kid is a huge part of how I got into software. The fact that I could just edit the page and make funny things said on it made this all feel accessible and real to me in a way that it didn't before. It no longer was a portal to a world I didn't understand. It's just code that I can adjust and change. And I'm scared that the kids of tomorrow aren't going to see the world the same way because the screen only goes in one direction for them. They don't have the ability to peer through and see the code underneath anymore. And as we move away from computers and browsers to phones and apps, and we move away from open platforms to closed ones, I'm scared that the next Theo might not get the kickstart that he would have when I got started myself. So that's how I feel. Android doesn't make enough money or bring enough value for Google to do these weird things, but it's also why they are, because they want to minimize the cost of dealing with it all in the first place. So with all of that said, I'm sad, but I'm curious how you guys feel. Am I overreacting, or is this a pretty big deal? Let me know what you guys think. And until next time, keep hacking. I think that was actually a really good video. This gets a priority label for sure. Let's try and get that out this week. What's next on stream? Great question. I want to rant about the thought here, the distribution, marketing, and sales piece. If this is true, which it kind of is, why is it that big companies like Amazon and Bank of America pay $0 to Apple and Google, but indie game developers are paying thousands of dollars? Why do 30% of the profits for a small game dev go straight to Apple's pockets, but 0 of the money coming from a big bank does? If you want to make the argument that Apple and Google deserve money for providing the distribution, review cycles, marketing, sales, and all of that, then those costs should be eaten not by the people who are small devs that have to charge that way. Those costs should be eaten universally as fees that are paid by all distribution. It is genuinely nonsense that just because you charge for digital goods and not for physical, that Uber can make their entire business built on top of your shit and they pay you nothing for it. And then like a small game dev has to pay you a massive portion of the revenue. Steam also takes 30, and I hate that Steam takes 30 too. Yeah, I did a video on how mobile and web differ. That's a really good one. That'll be separate from this. Yeah, that one will be fun in the future. No rush on it, though. Mobile doesn't move fast enough for that to go out of date. I do passkeys through OnePass, so I've had zero issues. Okay, this is a good point. I'm going to more for Android vid. Cool. One quick clarification, and Phase sneak this in wherever it fits. Apparently, they are committing to doing quarterly platform releases still. So apparently they're committing to quarterly platform releases. So every 3 months, there will be an updated open source build. That's much less bad than I initially thought. Still frustrating to not have any insight until that happens, but less bad than I initially thought. Another important piece is that with some of these open source forks like Graphene, there's a bunch of functionality that is just impossible for them to implement, like payment on touch. You can't do quick payments with Google Pay using Graphene because Google refuses to allow for fully open forks of Android to have access to some of these native APIs and systems because of concerns for hacking and whatnot. I remember back in the day when I jailbroke my iPhone, my bank app wouldn't let me in. Annoying fears. I get why they think they're doing it, but it says more about the insecurity of the platform and less about the intent of the developers when they do stuff like that. But it does suck for people trying to run an open Android device that a bunch of the functionality they expect from it just won't work because it's part of that Google private bundle that isn't being included in these much more privacy focused forks. Cool. And Phase, put those chunks in wherever they fit. It can be as one thing. It's fine. Whatever you want to do with it. I trust your judgment. How is my video doing? Over 150K in 15 hours is just insane. Again, thank you guys all for the support. This is an unbelievable number. I also want to once again check and see if my Stripe dashboard is up because I'm so annoyed about that. It is still not up. It's crazy because it shows me my gross volume and we're doing numbers I've never seen before. But I can't see what our MRR is at right now. Yeah. We will be around for a while. Yeah, I still don't know how much money we're losing. I just don't know how much money we're making at the moment, which is quite annoying. Like, it feels absurd that you can't access the Stripe data because they fucked up something on their side like that. The API doesn't show the reasoning. I'm talking with the team about getting that exposed. Am I doing something special to get decent replies on Twitter? I just have a lot of reply guys that like are from Teapot, which has a lot of people who sub to Twitter Premium. Okay, cool. Getting updates from companies that I like working with. Got some fun things going on post stream. Teapot's this part of Twitter. Is this a weird shorthand for a specific group of people on Twitter? That is awesome. Thank you, Vermont. But don't feel like you have to purchase the credits unless you're using them. ReasonVid's doing well because it's interesting, clickable, novel, and first. I don't think I need notes for that. We're good there. Kind of want to cover the Microsoft OpenAI thing. Keep Excalibur open, so almost certainly need it. We are changing this like right now, so you will be able to use the credits if you cancel after. You can't buy credits unless you're subbed, but you will be able to keep them after in the near future. Don't sub and buy a bunch of credits for that reason, but it is planned. T3 Chat is not using Clerk, and we will not be adding signing other than Google anytime soon. There's a new image model. Is it open? Okay, I did an okay job. Is this the guy who made it? No. Cool to see. Also, Ben, is the video ready to go? Let me see if the video is ready to go quick. It is. YOLO? Let's post this. Fuck it. Public. Let's engulf my previous video by posting another. I'm sure that won't hurt my metrics at all. X.com Theo. Post. I am very curious to see how this thumbnail performs. As soon as OpenAI gets pre-AGI, Microsoft will get access to that. Not sure I follow what you're saying here. because the amount of work to do it isn't high and the amount of work to automate it is. If you don't have a Google account, the likelihood that you're a good customer is relatively low. Did we really get that many bot comments already? Community. Yep. I'm so thankful they added this like check box stuff so I can report a bunch at once. Thanks a lot, Google. Anyways. Cardi album was good, not great. Let's thank some subs quick and then get back to filming. We got Mr. Rune Traceable here. Mr. Untraceable. Thank you. Thank you for the Prime. Mr. Boyfriend here with the Prime. What's with all the misters today? We got Burmont74 with the Prime. Sterling here, 19 months, 21 total. Thank you all for the support. Let's cover Microsoft might break up with OpenAI. Okay, I think I'm ready to go. I have all the pieces I need for this one. When was the extended partnership? 2023. Yeah. That's hilarious. Okay, I think we're ready to go on this one. I'm gonna clear my throat quick, 1 sec. Okay, I think we're ready to go now. Let's do it. I feel much better already just from that. Nice. Whew. How do I want to start this one? I actually don't have anything in mind for it. It's hard to imagine OpenAI being where they are today without Microsoft. They've been an important partner from day one, helping. It's hard to imagine OpenAI where they are today without Microsoft. The amount of funding and It's hard to imagine OpenAI where they are today without the help of Microsoft. From the funding to the people to the infrastructure, Microsoft's been all in on OpenAI for a while. So much so that they basically posted the exact same blog post a year or two. So much so they posted pretty much the exact same blog post 2 years later. I thought I had the same tab open here. Nope. But the reason we're talking about this isn't because the partnership was extended. It's because Microsoft might actually be looking for an out. What happened to this tab? Oh, that's what happened. Okay. The reason I'm talking about this today has nothing to do with the partnership being extended. It's actually the opposite. Microsoft is looking at what a future without OpenAI would be for them, which is fascinating. This kind of plays into my previous video about AI getting commoditized and the race to the floor to see how good of performance we can get for price. The lead that OpenAI had is closing, and the implications of that on the industry long term are genuinely fascinating. Enough so that I wanted to take the time to talk about it all with you. But as cheap as this AI stuff is getting, I still have to pay my team somehow. So let's get a quick word from today's sponsor before we dive in. Before we go too far, we need to make sure we understand the terms of the Microsoft x OpenAI partnership. It's also worth noting that the way you invest in OpenAI is really strange, which is OpenAI investments have a capped return. Traditionally, let's just use simple numbers. If I invest $1,000 into a company that's worth $100,000, then I own 1% of this company. If that company ends up being worth $100 million, the company's valuation if the company's valuation 100x's becomes worth 100 million instead of 100,000. So it's 1,000x, sorry. Math is hard, okay? If the company's valuation was to 1,000x, if it was to go from 100K to 100 mil, your investment would see the same impact. Your 100,000 would get those same extra 3 zeros because you have 1% of it. And 1% is still 1% regardless of how big the number is. This is why early stage investment works the way it does, because you're investing in a company at a very low valuation, expecting it to fail with the small percentage chance it will go massive. Most early stage companies in like the Y Combinator world are raising with valuations between like 18 million and 30 million, roughly. It varies a lot over time, but this is the range for the valuation that you're investing against. You expect to lose the money though. Most investors, like even the ones I have, the expectation is we'll go out of business and they get nothing back. But if they do get money back, it's not going to be a 50% win. It's not going to be an 80% win. It's a very high chance their return is going to be a 10 to 100x return. That's why you invest early stage, is the likelihood of getting your money back is low, but the possibility that your money coming back ends up way more valuable is high enough that it's worth the risk. That's what early stage investing is. OpenAI didn't want a bunch of investors to push them to do crazy things to get these massive multipliers. So a weird decision they made early on was to cap the potential return. The cap, if I recall, was a 10x return cap. So with this investment here, with 100K, if that ended up being a $100 million company, you wouldn't get back $1 million. You get back 10x of what you put in. So you would get $10,000 back instead, because you would hit that cap when you cash out. This meant that OpenAI's opportunity for traditional investments was weird. A lot of companies wanted to put their money in, but not a lot of companies wanted to meet these particular terms unless they got something else. Microsoft was a really good partnership for them for a various set of... This is why Microsoft ended up being a really good partner for them. The combination of Microsoft needing better AI tech, Microsoft having a bunch of infrastructure with Azure, and Microsoft having a ton of money they didn't know what to do with, that combo made them a really good partner for OpenAI. And that's why the partnership happened. Microsoft's needs for the things that OpenAI had done and had, and OpenAI's needs for the infrastructure and money that Microsoft had, it made a ton of sense, especially if you consider the fact that at the time, back in 2023 especially, OpenAI stuff had not been even close to matched by other competitors, certainly not open source ones like we have today with DeepSeek. Microsoft's multi-billion-dollar investment into OpenAI was done to get them access to the best-in-class models. And to this day, the only way to use OpenAI's best models without doing the OpenAI platform is through Azure. On T3 Chat, we have certain models, primarily 4.0 Mini and O3. On T3 Chat, we have a couple OpenAI models, specifically 4.0 and 4.0 Mini, hosted through Azure instead of OpenAI. And it's awesome because it means that and that's awesome because we have a bunch of credit with Azure, but it's also awesome because the speeds for some of those models are way better. Some of them are way worse, though. Don't get me started about O3 on Azure. It's been tough, okay? That aside, this partnership has been very lucrative for everyone involved. But some things have started to change in the industry. I could say this myself, but I'd rather quote Satya here. In his words, AI models are getting commoditized. And I absolutely agree here. As I covered in my video, The Race to the Bottom, most models are focused on best price to performance in meeting the current performance bars. I even made a chart during that video. Let me find it quick. Let's open a new tab. Previously, the performance gap that OpenAI's models had compared to the competition was massive. It felt like a 2x plus gap in the intelligence capabilities of their models. But over time, alternatives have been getting closer and closer to matching where OpenAI is at any given time. The gap between OpenAI and the alternatives is smaller than ever, and those alternatives are often way cheaper, and sometimes, like in the case of DeepSeek R1, or especially in the case of the V3 overhaul that just shipped, they are surpassing what OpenAI is doing with open source alternatives. On top of that, the cost of a lot of these things has been going down too. Every once in a while, OpenAI does some crazy stuff, like they drop GPT 4.5, which raises the price a bunch, or even worse, what they just did with O1 Pro over the API. The price of OpenAI stuff is being forced down finally, but it's not even close to what you get out of something like Gemini nowadays. There are also rumors that Microsoft now has their own internal model that they've been working on that takes advantage of all of these reasoning things that they've been seeing from other providers, especially in the open source world. That is comparable enough to the performance they're getting from OpenAI that they're questioning everything. Their model is known as Phi, which historically has not been particularly great or even worth talking about. But Microsoft is internally cooking their own reasoning models on top of it that appear, from the little bit of leaks that we've heard, to be really, really good. Does artificial analysis have an update for the new V3 yet? They do. Awesome. I have a whole dedicated video planned coming soon for the DeepSeek V3 update that just shipped. Quick TLDR, DeepSeek R1 and the R series are their reasoning models, but the reasoning models have to be based on a traditional LLM. With OpenAI, the O models have thus far been based on 4.0. That's part of why 4.5 is exciting, not because it's a good model, but because as a base for those reasoning models for an O4 or an O5, it is very, very promising. V3 is what R1 is based on. V3 was such a groundbreaking model when it dropped back in December that I kind of dropped everything to start playing with it, eventually leading to me building T3 Chat. I don't think T3 Chat would exist if I wasn't so impressed with the DeepSeek model when it came out, and also horrified by the state of the website, because that wasn't their focus. V3 was a very exciting release, and the performance you could get, especially considering the price, was insane. But like, look at this. Standard intelligence benchmarking, 3.7 Sonnet, is underperforming compared to DeepSeek V3. For other benchmarks, like the speed, it's not great because they're benchmarking it on the official API, but it should be able to speed up if it's run a bit differently. But if we hop down to the cost performance charts here, the first thing I have to do is remove O1 because it's so expensive, it just screws up the usefulness of this chart. I'm also going to get rid of a bunch of things that nobody cares about, like Mistral. I guess I can do the new Mistral small. People seem to really like it, even though it's not that great. We don't know the pricing for Grok, so I don't care. Nova by AWS is a joke. QWQ is placed well enough. I'll leave it for now. Let me turn off all the llamas. Yeah. Here we go. A more useful chart. I'll get rid of standard V3 because it's not as good as the new one. Here. This is what's so exciting about what DeepSeek is doing, is they're managing to get performance better than GPT-4o for prices that are a hell of a lot closer to Flash and 4o mini than they are to 4o. The fact that they are higher up in the intelligence while being closer to 4o mini than they are to the models they're competing with is insane. O3 mini high is still an incredible value, and I will continue saying this is the best model OpenAI has ever dropped in terms of all of the pieces. But V3 as a base model that is open source is super promising, and I am very excited to see what happens when the new V3 is used to train R2. It's going to be a very, very fun future. Performance, speed-wise, still isn't great, but I would hope to see other providers figure out how to make V3 faster because it's a surprisingly small and efficient model. They should be able to make it fly. But I'm bringing all of this up because it's apparent that the base primitives that we look at and use for all of these things have just gotten really good and are borderline commoditized. If I add one more model in here quick, 4.5, they don't even put it in the chart because it's too expensive to do the tests against. That's hilarious. I guess we have to trust DeepSeek's numbers because I can't use my trusted artificial analysis. Here is their benchmarks against GPT 4.5, which, if you don't remember, is one of the most expensive models ever released. 4.5 costs $75 per million input tokens and $150 per million output, compared to the current DeepSeek V3 prices, 27 cents in, $1.10 out. $280 times more expensive for input tokens. 270 times more expensive for a model that consistently performs the same or worse. And to be clear, none of these are thinking models, so if you add something with reasoning, it's going to outperform everything on the chart. But the fact that a model that doesn't think is comparing with models that, or the fact that a model that doesn't think is comparing with a model that's that expensive shows that the open opportunities we have with these open standards are insane. And what DeepSeek has cooked with the V3 model and now with the R series as well is just unbelievable. And it's a fundamentally different world than it was when OpenAI and Microsoft started their partnership. Hell, it's a different world than it was when they evolved that partnership. Because OpenAI has managed to keep improving their models. Again, O3 Mini is incredible for what it is. But they are not improving fast enough to maintain the massive lead they previously had against their competition. And if even Microsoft, which Microsoft's ability to solve hard problems that aren't operating system level has historically been really bad. If even they are managing to figure out how to make these performant models, these great models themselves, it makes sense that they are questioning the billions of dollars they've been spending on OpenAI this whole time. Trying to figure out if I want to cover more here. One other important piece here is I do want to call out the focus shift that's going on in the AI world now. The main piece brought up here that I think is worth thinking about is the go-to-market manager from OpenAI explaining that success depends on the bringing together of the pieces for successful AI experiences. I talked about this a little bit in a video I just put out, my Gemini video, and why Google is in such a good state. The thing I tried to drive home there is that Google's uniquely well positioned because they have the data part figured out, they have the science part figured out mostly, and they have hardware at a level that nobody other than like NVIDIA and these other chip manufacturers have. But the idea of being the same company that builds the chips, that hosts the infra, that generates the models, that creates and finds the data to use for that model creation and training, that has the money to fund all of this, the platform to host it on with GCP, but also the apps that you can experience these things in. Google's the only company that currently has all of this figured out. Microsoft has this part, roughly. They have the platforms and the money. They're starting to figure out the science side. It's been an interesting journey for them. They don't have the hardware in the same sense because they're not making their own chips. They are still at the whim of the processor, or they're still at the whim of the manufacturers. If you don't believe me, look at the state of ARM for Windows. They are fully reliant on whatever the hell Qualcomm feels like doing, whereas Google is manufacturing and designing their own architecture now, which allows them to have a huge advantage compared to these other companies. I think this is the resurgence of the Microsoft versus Google wars. And OpenAI is trying specifically to compete. I have to actually reorchestrate this a tiny bit to make this make more sense. Give me one moment. There. Main difference here, I swapped the science and the data parts because OpenAI wants to do this to this. OpenAI wants to set things up so they own all of these parts and they'll just deal with the hardware whenever. Google is here and they want to keep extending to the left. But if they can win here, hell, if they can just win here, they're still in a very good position and they know that. So they are being careful as they roll to the left. Microsoft's kind of fucked because they only have this. They are starting to extend here with mixed success. They couldn't figure out apps. The closest thing they had was GitHub Copilot, which they've now commandeered fully for their own branding because they don't even have their own platform that makes sense. Yeah. Don't get me started on Copilot on my Windows computers. It makes me feel like I am going insane. Also, apparently, OpenAI is trying to do custom chips. So I guess I was wrong. OpenAI is also trying to extend all the way across this chart. They want to go all the way across. They want to have a fully integrated AI platform from the app you consume it with to the hardware and the chip architecture that is actually running the models. I wish them luck. CPU design and architecture is a chaotic world that I don't know if they're equipped to be in. Considering that their fumbles trying to get into web dev have been as terrifying as they are, and web dev's easy compared to architecture. I wish them luck. But I do think this is important, that Microsoft sees the straight up risk they have being just here. They can be consumed from either side. So now as they realize that the science side is more and more commoditized and they can consume that themselves, as they do whatever they can to collect data or they buy it from companies like Scale and Data Curve, as they try desperately to build their own apps that don't suck for consuming AI stuff, and maybe they finally make their own hardware. I wish them luck. Microsoft has realized that their position here Microsoft's realized that their position here in relation to OpenAI is a small vertical competitor. They are terrified of losing their slice as OpenAI consumes that whole layer. So now they're trying to figure out how to succeed without OpenAI as core to their business in the AI world. And it's an absolutely fascinating shift of focus because, and I hope this isn't too controversial to take, more and more we're realizing the valuable part is here. If I can just swap out the models in my apps and users don't notice beyond maybe it's slightly faster or slightly smarter, or maybe it's just 5% dumber, who cares? The fact that it's gotten to the point where I can change the model on my backend and my users might not even notice fundamentally shifts where the moats are in this world. Previously, OpenAI was the way you had good AI generation in your apps. Over time, that advantage has been lost. You can switch from an OpenAI model over to R1 and have an experience that's really, really good. Depending on which OpenAI model you were using before, the experience might be even better than what you were doing prior. That is incredible. That's a massive industry-wide shift that Microsoft is now feeling internally and starting to make decisions around. It is also worth understanding the terms of this agreement. The core to the agreement between Microsoft and OpenAI wasn't just that they would invest this insane amount of money. It was that OpenAI would give them access to whatever innovations and development they had throughout the process of making better and better models. The rule was that once they hit a definition of AGI, that OpenAI would no longer have to give all of their learnings to Microsoft. The rumor that I've been hearing is that Microsoft stopped getting info from OpenAI, and there was a bit of a pissing match between the two because Microsoft and the researchers there asked OpenAI, what did they do to make O1 so good? Because this was before we understood reasoning as an open thing in the AI world, and OpenAI just refused to tell them. This appears to have started some fires in the relationship between these companies. I want to see if I can find a citation on that. Is it just this information article? If anybody can get through this paywall for me so I can just reference it without having to sign in and sign up live, that'd be nice. Oh, shit. Wait, what's this? This is a Social Blade link. Is this, whose Social Blade is this? Oh, why the fuck are you linking these? One sec. Does anybody have, this guy? No? I guess I have to go sign up. Give me a sec. I am sorry. What the fuck? Oh, cool. InfoWorld has it. Nice. Thank you, guys. Apparently, the Microsoft CTO wrote about this on LinkedIn. Not sure why this is news, but to summarize the obvious, we build big supercomputers to train AI models. Our partners at OpenAI use these supercomputers to train frontier defining models. And then we both make these models available in the products and services so that lots of people can benefit from them. We rather like this arrangement. We've been at it for almost 5 years. We also, for years and years, have built AI models in Microsoft Research and in our product groups. Also need to make sure this is in my sources list before I forget. Thank you. again to chat for finding that one for me. Who found that? F22. Thank you so much for that. Why would you use agar as the word there? That's weird, anyways. Apparently, the Microsoft AI models are performing nearly as well as OpenAI and Anthropic's on benchmarks. Microsoft's training reasoning models that could compete with models from OpenAI, as well as those from DeepSeek and Alibaba. Reasoning models are designed to simulate yada yada yada. Chain of thought, cool. OpenAI was not sharing technical information about the chain of thought process as agreed, the report noted, which became a source of conflict between the partners. This is the key. OpenAI has been refusing to share this technical info OpenAI has been refusing to share the technical info about how they're doing chain of thought stuff with Microsoft, which is preventing them from taking advantage of their partnership to make their models better. And now this whole thing is starting to fall apart. Microsoft's considering releasing MAI later this year as an application program interface, an API. It would put Microsoft into direct competition with APIs from rivals and partners. It also said that the company's already experimenting with swapping out MAI models for OpenAI's models in Microsoft Copilot. I was sus of this starting to happen as soon as Microsoft allowed for you to use Claude in Copilot. That's when I realized this partnership was starting to erode, and it feels like it's moving much faster than anyone would have predicted, certainly myself included. AI definitely accelerates things. It might not be the speed that we ship products, but it's certainly accelerating the speed at which these types of partnerships erode. Also, the Stargate project, which was the fancy OpenAI announcement with Trump and Oracle, where they're partnering to build a bunch of AI infrastructure in the U.S., definitely doesn't involve Microsoft heavily. OpenAI claims that they're part of the partnership, but we'll see how that goes. See if there's anything else in here that's important. I think that's all I can pull from this one. I'm certainly not going to do this subscription. Is it really only yearly? You can't do a monthly sub? That's insane to me. Do I do it just in case there's more important information in there? I'm going to do it. Fuck me. No. Okay, the whole site just failed when I tried to subscribe. Love that. Let me give this one more shot quick. There's a monthly sub further down. I'm not seeing it. Explore other options. Group or corporate. Okay, I found a different page. Cool. Thank you guys, by the way. Where is that? Young professional for ages 30 and under only. I still qualify. Do I do this one? I'll do the 40 a month, see how I feel. Things I do for content, guys. Okay, 1Password's entirely broken on the site. Let me switch over to a browser that it's less likely to fight me on. I'm just gonna use my Amex. Fuck this. I just want it to work already. Subscription is being confirmed. I am subscribed, but they're still trying to push me to upgrade to Pro. Okay. Since this is buying to paywall, you have to be careful how much of the article that we include. So make sure, FaZe, we don't have like a full scroll in it. Yeah. Credit to the information for this groundbreaking report. Nothing else has this level of detail. This is clearly a story they figured out and broke themselves. Apparently, last fall, during a call with senior leaders at OpenAI and Microsoft, Suleiman, who is the person at Microsoft in charge of AI, was fighting with OpenAI staffers to explain how O1 worked. He was peeved that OpenAI wasn't providing Microsoft with documentation about how it had programmed O1 to think about user queries before answering them. The process known as chain of thought is a key ingredient in the secret recipe of any AI model. Raising his voice, Suleiman told OpenAI employees, including Suleiman told OpenAI employees, including Mira, who was the OpenAI CTO at the time, that the AI startup wasn't holding up its end of the wide-ranging deal it had with Microsoft, the people familiar with the conversation said. Okay, I'm going to scroll through this without leaking the whole thing, see if there's any other important details. This is a good article, but there's not too much detail here that matters. Yeah. The more I've read through these sources, the more I'm really starting to understand why Microsoft feels the way they do. My honest take is that the feeling they have internally is that the AI teams at Microsoft are learning more from DeepSeek than they are from OpenAI. And when you consider the fact that Microsoft spent $13 billion investing into OpenAI, and they are getting more out of DeepSeek's generic open stuff that they can just read the PDFs for free online. They're getting more from that than they are from spending $13 billion on OpenAI. I see why they're starting to get upset. I'm sorry, I have to do this. Seek OSS. DeepSeek published research. This is where Microsoft's at. DeepSeek's publishing research for free, and the money they've spent on OpenAI is quite frustrating to them. DeepSeek are... Thank you, chat. I think this is the one. Thank you, chat. Good meme. I had to do it. Thank you, guys. Before we wrap up, I want to do one last shout out. The channel that made me start thinking about this a hell of a lot. Cool. This channel is making me think about these things a hell of a lot more and has a ton of inside info that's been super beneficial. The AI Explained channel on YouTube has become one of my favorite channels to watch. I'm actually going to hit the bell on it. I'd recommend you do the same if you like this deep news stuff. Very, very good source. I would not have covered all of this if it wasn't for the things that were covered in the most recent AI Explained video. Give him a follow or give him a sub if you haven't. Phenomenal channel. Huge shout out to AI Explained for cluing me in on a lot of this and giving me some of the sources to start digging deeper. It was a really good starting point for me to dive in and figure out what the hell was going on. Here's that link. I don't know if we formalized what the AGI definition is from OpenAI. Microsoft and OpenAI's deal immediately ends when AGI is achieved, but since it's hard to define, they defined it as $100 billion in profits from AI systems. So AI systems need to be able to generate $100 billion in profits, at which point we will now, in the definition of their agreement, call it AGI. and the partnership can now dissolve, and Microsoft doesn't have to give, and OpenAI doesn't have to give Microsoft access to all of this stuff anymore. The reason that matters is because Microsoft wants to get out of the partnership, so they're going to rush to this definition of AGI simply to not have to give Microsoft access to things anymore. It's also did I? Okay. One other thing of note is that definition of AGI was determined, at least publicly, after this interview with the CEO. This was December 9th, 2024. And they even say in here that the definition of AGI is weird. And then the definition was decided on pretty soon after. So this shows just how much they're flying by the seat of their pants right now. All of these things are happening on the fly as they figure stuff out. It's kind of chaotic. And Microsoft as a company is not built to move at this speed. And they're trying their hardest to figure out how to and what parts are even worth moving this way. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else in here that's super important. Yeah, this is a mess. I suspect we're going to be getting a hell of a lot more info. What happened here was Microsoft putting a lot of money in to try and catch up on something they were behind on, which was all the science of AI stuff. They then hired one of the guys who made DeepMind to take over AI at Microsoft, watched all of these things happen outside, realized that OpenAI isn't helping them accelerate the way they wanted to, and all of these other things in the public are helping more than OpenAI is. How the hell do we get out of this chaos? And I think this makes all the sense in the world, and I am incredibly thankful more than ever that I am not the CEO of a model frontier company, because this is all chaos, and I am very happy to continue hanging out in my peaceful little world, building the best AI chat app ever. If you haven't already tried it, it's only $8 a month. Give T3 Chat a shot. Let me know what you guys think on this one. Am I overreacting to this weird news between Microsoft and OpenAI? Is this something that will even matter or that we'll remember in a few years? Curious what you think. Until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. That'll be a fun mess. Oh shit, Fami, good to see you. Didn't expect you to stop by. Appreciate it a ton. This is absolutely chaotic. And for those who don't know, Fami and I were working on an OpenAI documentary a while ago, and the speed stuff was changing, combined with the chaos of both of our lives, meant that just we never got to finish it. And at this point, if we did, I'd be scared it would be out of date again by the time we got a third of the way through. How is the information link again? Don't have it here. That part, cool. And done. Not what I'm trying to do. God damn it. I need to get out of this browser. It's not the one I actually use. Is my meme doing well? I should have Ghibli'd it. That's a fair point. God damn it. Jesus Christ, somebody actually used all of the messages in T3 chat? And they reset 426. Did they just use them all in one day? What the fuck did they do? Maybe I do need to add captchas on paid users. Yeah, I agree, family. This would be a great story now. Time for ranking the models. Kind of want to talk about something that isn't AI for at least a little bit. Let's do it. Right, no, I didn't want that. Let's close all these. Cool. React Native is one of the biggest and boldest bets that React Native is one of the biggest and boldest bets that Facebook has ever made. The idea of a single platform to build for apps, retake on that. React Native is one of the biggest and boldest bets that Facebook has ever made. And while the start was a bit rocky, now that we just passed the 10-year mark since React Native was first introduced to the world, it's fair to say it's gone a lot. Third time's the charm. React Native was one of the biggest and boldest bets that Facebook ever made. And when it got started, I'll admit, it was a bit rocky. I can see why people were skeptical for the first few years. But it's been 10 years since the original release of React Native. And man, has it progressed unbelievably since. Sure, we're still not at 1.0, but at the same time, we are using... Sure, we're still not technically on version 1.0, but at the same time, we are still... Sure, we're technically not on version 1.0, but we are also the thing powering the entire PlayStation operating system and a bunch of Windows. Fourth time. Sure, React Native is not at version 1.0 yet, but that hasn't stopped it from being the core powering the entire PlayStation operating system or one of the most fundamental pieces in Windows, powering things like, the start menu. It's pretty nuts how far this tech has gotten. But how has this affected people actually building with React Native? One company, Shopify, just shared their reports after using React Native for 5 years. And there is a lot that we can learn from this. I am super excited to cover all of this with you guys. But since neither Shopify nor Facebook are paying me, we have to cover the bills quick. So quick sponsor break, and then we'll get right to it. Cool. Anyways. 5 years of React Native at Shopify. This is going to be a fun one. There's a great post that Toby, the CEO of... there's a great post that the CEO of Shopify made about React Native a while back. I know it's going to be nearly impossible to find. If somebody can find this for me, you will be a legend forever. There was a tweet that Toby made a long time ago when somebody added him saying, why would Shopify use React Native? It failed for Airbnb. And he posted the image of like the miners so close meme. He posted this guy as his reply. And if someone can find that, you will be my favorite. I want to find it. Haha, this will be it. No, he deleted it. That's annoying. I very specifically remember this post. I'm sure I have screenshots of it somewhere. But when asked why Airbnb struggled with React Native, why would Shopify ever bet on it when it was so clearly a failure? Toby replied with that meme. He deletes all of his old posts every year or so, so that's why we lost this, sadly. But yeah, the point here being they've been very defensive of their decision for a while, and it went really, really well for them. If you want to better understand why I think that Airbnb article and most of Airbnb's engineering is utter fucking garbage, I have a whole video. I think about this article a lot, which was my response years later to that awful article by Airbnb. And my video made them look bad enough that they actually went back and updated the blog post saying it's super out of date. Don't reference this anymore. Yeah. Yeah. People are asking for this link. Here is that link. If you can find me the screenshot, that'd be cool. Anyways, enough pitter patter. Let's actually take a look at what's going on here. I'm going to hide these UI elements quick. Pick. No. Inspect element it is. Aha. Look at that. We actually have the room on the page now. Thank you, browser standards. 5 years ago, we announced that React Native is the future of mobile at Shopify. Today, we're excited to share the progress we've made, lessons we've learned, and what the future holds. To recap, we decided to switch to React Native for 3 main reasons. The first point was pretty obvious, right at once. Stop building the same features twice, once for iOS and once for Android. Point 2 was talent portability. Enable devs to work fluently across iOS, Android, and web. This is a really big deal. You shouldn't need your product team for a given feature, something like, how do I put it? Like for Twitch, the chat was a team. We had a team that just built chat on Twitch. The fancy thing here, people send messages in. That was a really hard thing to build. But once we had it working on web, we had to hire different engineers for iOS and Android to come in and port it to those platforms. And those engineers weren't on the chat team. They were on the iOS and Android teams. They might have had a title that was iOS, or they might have had a title that said chat engineer, but they really were part of the mobile team. So in order to make changes across platforms, you needed different devs to be aligned and make different changes at different times. And the chaos of orchestrating all of this was hellish. And that fundamentally comes down to a technical difference, which is insane. The fact that the tech is different enough between web and mobile, you now have to have different teams updating this feature, sucks, because companies work much better when they're split by features, not by tech stacks. Oh boy. Good old Dexerto parody. So thank you for the support. Wanted to shill T3 chat. Entered it to a relative, and the instant reaction was, "It's so fast," and the font is cleaner. Awesome. Thank you so much for the support. Really appreciate that. Make sure I didn't miss any other subs and super chats quick. Looks like we're good. Thank you, guys. Back to it. So the talent portability thing, I absolutely agree with. Just the way that companies are structured benefits greatly from having a platform that a given member of a team can contribute across all the different surfaces. It means that keeping the iOS app and the website in sync is much easier. I can't tell you how often I have problems where the website has a feature but the phone app doesn't, or vice versa. I currently have a fun problem with my DMs on Twitter, where I did a call with somebody on Twitter, and now I can't open my DMs with them on the website. I can only access them on the phone, because when I open them on the website, the whole site crashes, which is hilarious. What do you have for me here, Artem? Lol. And then point 3 kind of aligns with all this. Ship more value. Spend more time delivering value to users instead of chasing feature parity. The amount of effort that goes into just making sure that features are met between platforms is hard to fathom. It's absurd. And React Native making it easier to keep these platforms in parity is a massive win. But if the apps are going to be worse and slower, is it really worth it? Let's see. According to them, the transition has been quite successful. Not building the same feature twice has given them a step challenge in productivity. Not having to build the same feature twice has given them a step change in productivity. Engineers are able to work across web and mobile, allowing teams to do more with the same number of people and unlock new growth opportunities. Maintaining parity between iOS and Android feature sets has become a non-issue, freeing up capacity to ship a lot more value. The apps are blazing fast and more stable than they used to be, 99.9% crash-free sessions, and less than 500 milliseconds to load the screen. And they continue to leverage the native technologies wherever it is the best tool for the job, thereby giving them the best of both worlds. It's again one of the biggest benefits of React Native is the other half, the native side. React Native isn't a platform that is abstracted from the native layer. It is built into the native layer. The JavaScript is just telling native what to do. That's why it is so powerful, because you still get to fully use the native platform. You're just structuring the UI slightly differently. Sorry, I needed some water. I was dying there. Over the past 5 years, they've migrated all of their apps over to React Native. Instead of using a one-size-fits-all approach to do so, each team chose when and how to migrate their apps. This allowed them to continue shipping features while also aligning with the company's strategy of leveraging React Native. Shop was originally only on iOS. They rewrote it in React Native and then shipped to both platforms by the end of 2019. Just 6 months later, they updated Inbox, which was also iOS only, rewrote it in React Native and shipped to both platforms by the end of Q2 2020. The point of sale system, which is one of the most important pieces, because this is what people have set up at their storefronts to check out customers. It's a massive deal, and it was one of the biggest concern points they had. If I recall, they were doing a lot of research on memory footprint and performance because of the POS system. And they expected React Native to have a delta that was worse than the native platform. And it ended up being better than the previous native attempts they had done to build it. I bet we can even find that in the original article. I'm curious. Yeah, here it is. They did a 6-week experiment on the flagship point of sale app to see if it would be a good candidate for a rewrite in React Native. It is kind of funny that the abbreviation for it is POS as they are testing out React Native. Pretty funny. The biggest thing that they learned, though, is that their retail merchants expect almost 2x the responsiveness in the POS app because of the muscle memory of using the app while also talking to customers. This is a really big deal. There's almost like tiers of how good an app has to be. And those tiers are based on how much time you spend in the app. I would argue that there are roughly 4 tiers, I would say, for this. There are things you only touch once. And things you only touch once. Tier 1 is things you only touch once. For some examples, imagine like the upload thing dashboard, where you go, you set up your app, and you probably don't ever have to touch it again. Or like government registration stuff. Like when you're getting your license renewed, you only have to touch that every like 8 to 10 years. Who cares? Things that you don't touch ever have much less reason to improve the UX, because even if you do, no one will appreciate it because they're not going to see it, and they're not going to be able to contrast the two. They're not going to be able to build familiarity. And that's kind of the biggest point here is as we go down the tiers, familiarity is the key differentiator. So there's things you only touch once. There's things you touch a lot in a short burst. So this would be things like Amazon, where you go to Amazon, you add some things to your cart, you check out, you don't go back. You spend a lot of time focused on the experience in that window. Other shops like, I don't know, Walmart, eBay, most e-commerce, I would argue, fits into this. So you would think Shopify does. We'll get to why they don't in a minute. But then also experiences. Travel apps is a really good point for this one too, where you're spending a lot of time in it when you're first there, and then you don't really touch it again. Great example. The next tier is the one we're probably most familiar with, because this is where most time is spent in software. Applications you check often. These are, I would potentially make the argument there's two different tiers here, because something like your Stripe dashboard and Twitter are different just with the expectations of interactions. But for the sake of making this easy to understand, I'm going to put both in the same spot. So my Stripe dashboard, it's a thing I check a lot, even though it is literally down at the moment, which is insane to me, because I want to know how my business is doing. I want to check disputes. I want to check what our MRR is. I want to see how the business is. Also, my analytics dashboards, I go there, I set them up, and it's funny because different parts of the analytics dashboard might fit here or here, but the core experience is absolutely here. When I go to PostHog, I'm not configuring everything every time, but when I am, I'm really intently in it. When I'm not, we see how it goes. Oh shit. Thank you, No, for 2 days of raids in a row. Really appreciate it. I also saw you sent me a DM and specified that it will only take a minute of my time. I appreciate you immensely for that, and I will get back to you as soon as I have a moment post-stream. I saw it like right before going live, but I will absolutely be getting to you soon. Also, Archetype, thanks for the unintentional compliments. This is entirely off top. I don't script or research much before videos. I don't do the video if I am not confident I could just rant about the thing. Quick shout out to, I need to figure out the right way to pronounce your username. Regardless, Inuno here is the legend of Laravel. If you want to see a fun, real programming Laravel live stream, he's the person to follow. Nuno. Thank you guys. Appreciate chat a ton. Thank you, Nuno, for the raid. Always appreciate the support. If anybody wants better actual code streams, go watch him. I'm just here to talk about whatever. Thank you so much, chat, for the correction. I really appreciate that. Genuinely. Like, if I'm getting pronunciation of people's names wrong, always correct me. I want to do the best I can to respect people's names. It's something that's hard for me, and I know that. I'm bad at it. Don't feel bad correcting me. Thank you all. And also, thank you again to Nuno for the raid. Really appreciate it. Back to this. Cool. So another thing I would put in here would be a platform like Twitch or YouTube or Twitter. This is why I kind of wanted to separate them, because the amount of time you spend per session on these, this is kind of why I wanted to separate them though, because the amount of time you spend in a session on these is very different from the session time on these, but the overall user behavior is relatively similar. You open it up to check it and browse around in it for a long amount of time. But now we get to this fourth tier, which is one that I think is really underappreciated. I'm going to call it muscle memory tools. Things that you spend so much time in that are often open for so long that they'll get burned into the screen. Tools that are literally the purpose of the device that you are using them on. There's a pretty sizable gap between these things, which is why I kind of want to do a 3.5 for this stuff. You know what? I'm going to do that. We're going to do 3.5, which is applications you hang out in. And that'll be Twitch, YouTube, Twitter, etc. But then we end up in this muscle memory tier. This is going to be things like NeoVim. This is going to be things like, the form sysor. There's going to be things like NeoVim, or things like whatever process your doctor has for taking in a patient. So what do I want to put this as? I'll say front desk software. There's going to be things like front desk software. There's going to be things like NeoVim or front desk software where the person using it is spending 8 hours a day in it, and little efficiency wins matter a ton. There's also, for better or worse, things like Salesforce, which is why it was so revolutionary at the time, because the quality of CRMs before Salesforce was garbage, and now Salesforce is kind of the floor for them because it raised things so high, but it also kind of sucks. Let me ask for you to zoom out. Here you go. People are saying power user tools like Photoshop or Cursor. I would argue those are kind of between here. Like the gap between it's hard to put into words the gap between a Cursor user and a NeoVim user, but if you know it, you know it. And something like Salesforce requires like a level of discipline that even Photoshop doesn't. A person who spends 8 hours a day in Salesforce is more fluent with that software and its quirks than almost any person using Adobe anything. There's a real gap there. The reason I bring all of this up is because of the point of sale systems. These systems are a thing that is open on a device at your front desk, at your shop, while you are also conversing with people. The expectation you have to click a button that will always be in the same place without even looking at it and know it will do the right thing. You could argue that the line here is a line of, I'll put it in quotes, can I do it without looking? Like if your screen was to fail or have a chunk missing from it or something like that, can you still navigate the application? If you can, I would absolutely put it into this tier. And if you can't, it's probably closer to this one. But I hope this will help others understand there's a level of sophistication in the people who are doing checkout at your grocery store in terms of how fluent they are with the piece of software, how well they know the amount of time between each button press. Nobody understands the characteristics of latency when you click a button, like a cashier at a store that has a lot of customers. I know this because I used to be a cashier at Staples for a little bit when I was in high school. And the best people at that store, the ones who've been working there for a while, they could move around that POS system faster than Prime can move around NeoVim, straight up. So if you're building this in JavaScript, it's probably going to be really slow and throw everyone off, right? Well, if we look back here with is this the original one? Yes, this is cool. So if we go back to when they first introduced this article's from 2019, by the way. Shopify learned about the depth of this muscle memory and the level of familiarity and fluidity. We go back to this article from 2019 where we go back to this article, remember, from 2019 where Shopify was first exploring React Native. They learned about the expectations the point of sale users had and how well this application would work. Their expectation was that the React Native version would have to be slower. The question was how much slower? Trying to find it. Fuck, why can't I find it? I remember this. I know I saw this at the time, that it was just as fast but used less RAM somehow. This would have been 3+ years ago. People are saying to use deep research from AI Studio. Fuck it, sure. Does Gemini have deep research yet? I'm actually curious. It does. Let's try Gemini's deep research. Why not? Shopify claims that the performance of the point of sale system on Android from Shopify after moving to React Native. And while this is going, I can't help myself. We got to try out the T3 chat search feature. This is all just pulling from the most recent article, which is what I expected these to do. Okay, this call stack article might be the one I was looking for. This is just a podcast episode. God damn it. How did Gemini do? Okay. Start the research. Do your thing. Why can't I find this? I really want to find this quote. I know it exists somewhere. It specifically calls out that memory usage was significantly lower than it was even before. The quote I'm looking for specifies that the performance on Android was even better than the original native version. Completed the research. Following fleet migration main Shopify. God damn it. The quote I'm thinking of specifically called out that memory usage and time to respond were better in the React Native version than the native Android version. Grr. Let's see if it's this one. Okay, I don't think it was this because it was absolutely, it was way older than this. This happened during like the original days of them porting. I was really sure it was going to be in this article. I'm annoyed I can't find this fucking quote. Okay, this is the right article because I remember this part. Okay. Cut to here phase. So sorry if this video is a bit chaotic. I just spent way too much time trying to find the specific quote that I remember. I didn't find it yet, but I did find this part, which I remembered, which was they were trying to get the point of sale app working specifically on lower power configurations of Android because a lot of these POS systems at these stores were running on crappy old Android phones. They needed to make sure it performed well there. They were impressed with the performance, which we'll get to in a minute. But the coolest part here is that they had estimated 80% code share between the iOS and Android versions. But after implementing it all, we're surprised that it's closer to 95 to 99% for the apps that they were building. Pretty nuts to think that the iOS and Android apps are sharing 99% of their code in some cases. Okay, here they announced the plans to move the point of sale system. Oh shit, Colin Gray is a legend. One of the best engineers I've met and had the pleasure of talking to. Makes sense he's in here. Why can't I find this number anywhere? This doesn't have it. God damn it. Okay. I have given up on finding this particular quote. All I know is that just take my okay. After hunting through Gemini Advanced, T3 Chat, and a bunch of other sources, I've concluded this quote doesn't seem to exist on the internet anymore. Just take my word for it that at some point in time, the Shopify team publicly stated that not only were they impressed with the performance of React Native on crappy Android phones, it was actually performing better than their native code could and was hitting performance levels and memory usage levels they didn't think were possible. I'm going to ask about that. I specifically remember Shopify saying that the memory usage was lower than they thought was possible. I want to find this. Whatever. I'm going to stop distracting myself with that. Let's get back to the article. That's the right one. No, so the right one is the one where I removed the whole top bar. Here we are. Cool. Yeah. Sorry for the long tangent. I just wanted to prove the performance was insane. We'll get there throughout this, I'm sure. As I was saying here, the POS system was moved in Q2 of 2021. You'll notice a pretty consistent cadence of 6 months to a year for each of these drops, but they were eventually able to move the Balance app, the Collabs app, and the Shopify app all over. The results have been nuts. So what have they learned? First point, React Native apps are fast. We care deeply about performance at Shopify. As our CEO Toby says, not all fast software is great, but all great software is fast. I bet he loves T3 chat. The biggest question we had when switching to React Native, and the main reason we didn't do it sooner, was whether we'd be able to achieve our performance goals with it. Before making the decision to switch, we did extensive prototyping, which led to promising results. We also saw all the work that Meta was doing to eliminate performance bottlenecks and identified areas like lists where we could help. We predicted that React Native would get much faster soon, so we went all in. Fast forward 5 years, and React Native apps are fast. We've achieved sub 500 millisecond screen loads in all of the Shopify apps, and you can learn how we did that here, here, and here. All sources to different talks and things they have done. Phenomenal resources. Shopify's been a great open source contributor in the world of, or honestly, Shopify's been a great open source contributor in the world of React Native stuff. They have been awesome. Things like Flash List, which was their list component they open sourced, is super performant. They achieved similar performance in all of their apps. Just like native, you have to apply good patterns and techniques to eliminate performance bottlenecks. After spending years building mobile apps at scale with both native and React Native, we found that native doesn't automatically mean fast, and React Native also doesn't automatically mean slow. React Native's come a long way in the last few years, and you can now use it to build world-class apps. We anticipate that this will continue to get easier as the framework matures and team develop more expertise. We will continue to share our learnings with the community. Gemini, figure this out yet? Can't believe I can't find this fucking quote. Okay, if this one's deleted by the author, that might be where it came from. Annoying. I give up. That quote doesn't exist anymore. Cool. So performance is solved. Even if I can't find that quote, you need to take my word for it and all of the Shopify customers' words for it. Performance is relatively solved. So what about everything else? What are the other benefits? One of the biggest, in my opinion, by far, is hot reloading. Once you have a hot reloading environment, it's hard to go back. When you can just save your code and immediately see the change in the app, your iteration speed goes up absurdly. As they say here, the ability to see your changes reflected instantly within React Native has been a total game changer. It's one of our biggest pain points with Native. Given the size of their code bases, it took several minutes for even the most trivial changes to be compiled and run on an emulator or a physical device. This wastes time and it breaks developer flow. React Native's hot reloading completely eliminates the problem. I don't think you guys understand how screwed some of these giant native apps are. I have heard about compile times for things like Instagram in days. Measured, yes, in days. Not minutes, not hours, days. It's unbelievable how big a win this is. Another big win was TypeScript. Another big one was TypeScript and how it unlocks talent portability. Suddenly, engineers only need to know TypeScript to be able to contribute all over the company. TypeScript has become ubiquitous, and we've seen great success with developers transitioning between the React Web and the React Native apps. Web developers find it much easier to start working on mobile with React Native as opposed to native iOS and Android development. Similarly, mobile developers familiar with React Native find it easy to work with on the web. This is another super underrated side effect here. I experienced this myself with some of the companies I helped staff up, where we had mobile engineers that picked up React Native to contribute to the overhauled native apps, and then they knew React, and suddenly they were contributing to the web. I know a few people who went from iOS devs to web devs because React Native didn't scare them, it excited them. It was a way to start experiencing technology outside of their usual, and the result is they went all the way, possibly, arguably even too far. One of my more controversial takes that I love to drop when we're talking about mobile devs is where they fit on the spectrum. Hopefully by now we all agree that there is a spectrum between mobile and web devs. What the hell is going on with my Excalibur instance? It's just not changing input types properly right now. Anyways, hopefully we all agree that on one side of this, there is backend. On the other side, there is front end. Obviously, not perfect summary here, and it goes further where there are like systems people, infra people, OS people, whatever. Front end to back end is a spectrum. We hopefully all agree here. Where does mobile go on this spectrum? Historically, my belief was that mobile would go between the two. Because on one hand, you're focused on the user experience and the UI, the buttons and whatnot, like web, but you're also building with native code in the native platform, like you would, traditionally at least, on the backend side. What was very hard for me to accept was that the reality of mobile is more here. If you think web devs are scared of servers, talk to a mobile dev. Mobile devs are so scared of servers that Firebase exists. The only reason Firebase has survived into modern times is because mobile devs are that scared of servers. They hate them. The moment you tell a mobile dev they have to know a thing that a server does, it's like their brain turns off. It's like talking about CSS to a Vim person. They're just not built that way. But if a mobile dev can make the jump here, all of a sudden, these gaps don't feel as massive. And they are way more likely to make this gap. And most importantly, they're way more likely to stop fucking using Firebase. We need more devs to jump across these gaps. It's my experience too. I started as a backend dev. React got me to begrudgingly take frontend more seriously. I had some experience in mobile in the past. My frontend experience made me fall in love with mobile development again. I would not be where I am today if it wasn't for the effort I put into jumping across those gaps. And React Native is a phenomenal technology for encouraging devs to go outside of their main disciplines. And I've seen that a ton. And it's really cool that they called out that it goes both ways, because I don't think this is appreciated enough. It's assumed that the web devs will come in and replace all the mobile devs, and the mobile devs need to just go fuck themselves. That is not the case at all. The magic of all of this is that the mobile devs can now contribute to the web as well. It is a cohesion play, and the only people who don't cohere are the ones who don't want to. And this has become such a problem because a lot of mobile devs picked mobile because they're tired of learning new things. They just want to be on a platform that barely ever changes and continue using the SDK from 4 years ago because they have a person who's using an Android version that's ancient. Those mobile devs hate React Native because it's threatening to shake things up. But the mobile devs who just want to build great apps, many of them have made the move, and the benefits and success they have seen as a result are incredible. As Shopify says here, the flexibility not only opens up more growth opportunities for engineers, but it also increases the staffing flexibility, and it enables teams to accomplish more with the same number of developers. It opens up new opportunities to share code between web and mobile as well, creating more leverage. And to be clear here, this doesn't mean your component system or your pages are being shared between the two. But the complex logic in the things I build is very rarely the UI part. I'm not saying the CSS is easy. It's not. But what I am saying is the state management, the synchronization layer, the data fetching, and all of that architecture, now that components can be separated, those parts can now be separated as hooks. The same way components can be reused and composed, the hooks that manage the logic and the state can too. And you can break out that state into a package that's shared between the web and the mobile apps. Or honestly, the way I recommend getting started with this, put them all in one folder in your project and copy paste between the two to keep them in sync. You will be amazed at how much easier it is to maintain specific behavior and feature parity between web and mobile if you can copy paste the complex parts between the two. It's magical. Oh shit, we got Evan Bacon here, the legend from our friends at Expo. Thank you for the support here. The fact that Evan thinks I know what I'm talking about with mobile is the only reason I have the confidence to do this stuff, because I don't ship mobile apps every day. But I talk to mobile devs every day. I do my best to understand this stuff. I am very passionate about mobile. My history is all freaking Android stuff. I want this stuff to be really good. What's this Quick.js bench? Might look at this in a bit if we talk about engines. Thank you for the link. I'm going to move this up so I don't keep losing it. I'm going to grab my Excalibur and move it up here too for the same reason. Anyways. Having devs that can work on multiple platforms is incredibly valuable. It allows you to ship faster and enables the devs to take good ideas from one tech and apply them to others in novel ways. This is another one of those underrated things. Good devs can solve problems well in their areas of expertise. Great devs don't sleep until the problems are solved in all of the areas they can see, even if it's not their area of expertise. The most motivated devs are the ones who are going to hop in a code base they've never seen before because there's a bug that's frustrating them. And if your tech stack, if your company culture and architecture is not such that a motivated little Theo that has a problem with the mobile app can't go over and fix it, you're going to burn those engineers out. That's what happened to me at Twitch. Not saying I'm some god-tier legendary engineer, but I did rebuild the whole Twitch app from scratch in a week. And my reward was an HR warning because the mobile team was so mad at me for making them look bad. That is a toxic culture that keeps great engineers from maintaining that energy and motivation. This is one of those things there. And I know that this is working for Shopify because I talk to a lot of Shopify engineers. Some of the smartest engineers I know, in particular in the performance world, work at Shopify. And when I hear about Shopify acquiring a company that has great engineers or poaching some incredible dev from the web or mobile world, it always makes sense to me because they have a culture where the engineers who care can fix the thing they care about. And if the platform doesn't allow them to, or the mobile team doesn't let people contribute externally, or my favorite thing that Twitch did for a bit, the boot camp, where if you wanted to make changes to the mobile app, you had to go through a 3 to 6 month boot camp where you stopped working on your team and only worked with mobile for that window just to get onboarded. How do I put this? My favorite example of this was back from when I was at Twitch. The mobile team knew that other teams and other engineers wanted to contribute. So in order for them to start, the mobile team enforced a 3 to 6 month boot camp where you would leave your team, join theirs, have almost no meetings and no support, especially during COVID. They might have fixed it since, but it was really bad at the time, in order to allow for a dev who doesn't do iOS or Android and is on a different team to learn how to contribute. And their shining example of this program working was that after the 3-month boot camp, a dev was able to change the localization window and sign up so the languages were sorted based on what region they were in. So your region was most likely to be at the top. That was their shining example of a 3-month investment. And also, by the way, only worked on Android because you could only learn iOS or Android in that bootcamp. How good do you think a motivated engineer is going to feel after doing all of that? I know because my hackathon team was a handful of the engineers that felt like they went insane during the bootcamp and wanted revenge. A stack that allows for motivated engineers to contribute everywhere means motivated engineers will be able to engage that motivation, stay energized, and keep shipping. If you don't want your best engineers to burn out, you should take a serious look at React Native. As they say here, it creates a culture of viewing technologies as tools in a tool belt, which broadens the team's horizons and encourages using the best tool for the job instead of whatever you happen to be most familiar with. Yes, because again, React Native is native. So if the problem you're solving is best solved in the native layer, you can figure it out and do it yourself, or if someone else is better for it, bring them in. But since all of these things are tools, we're not tying our whole identity to one specific way of doing things. All of a sudden, shipping anything becomes way more viable. Chat's fully getting this one. It's so ridiculous, it's hilarious. That should take like 2 hours. I'd rather spend 3 to 6 months working remotely at Guantanamo Bay. Yeah, I feel all of you guys with this. It was hellish. There's a reason I quit. Speaking of that tool belt thing and the importance of native, they have a whole section here. Native devs are crucial, and I agree. I really want to make sure that my coverage of this stuff isn't implying that native is bad. The only reason React Native is good is because of native, and it's the complementary nature of the two that makes all of this make any sense at all. Without good native engineers helping, and contributing to React Native, none of this works. As they say here from Shopify, mobile engineers who specialize in iOS and Android are essential to building great mobile apps. There is no replacing experience and taste that comes from having built many mobile products and deeply understanding conventions and usability. This is a super underrated point. I have a whole video dedicated to just this point. It might be out by the time you see this. It might not be. Hopefully soon. It's called The Differences Between Web and Mobile. There are certain things that are fundamentally different from how you operate and navigate in mobile from web. One of the biggest pieces there is how navigation works. You don't have a URL bar in a mobile app. You might replicate it, but then you're going to break the way the stack works. I'm going to tangent way too long if I go too deep here. Just check out that video when it drops. It'll be in the description, or my editor will put something here if it's already out. It's a good one. Understanding these differences is key, and a lot of the problems I initially had when I was getting into React Native and native stuff was that the mobile engineers were pissed because they knew the bar for experience on web and the expectations of how web experiences work contradicted what a good native mobile app did. So they were upset, not necessarily because they didn't want JavaScript on their phone. They were upset because the way they expect an app to work often wasn't hit with React Native. Not because React Native is bad, but because web devs would build their mobile apps the same way they built their web apps, which just doesn't work. So as silly as it sounds that the taste and experience of iOS and Android devs are essential for a React Native port, you'd be like, wait, no, shouldn't they be writing code? Yeah. But knowing how users expect a good Android and iOS app to behave is even more essential if the code gets this cheap. And maintaining a high bar for the user expectations with your apps is something that most React Native first devs just don't have the experience to do. But if you've been building iOS and Android apps for years, maybe even decades at this point, you're a really helpful person as companies move more and more towards these stacks, not because you'll be writing native code all day, but because your expectations and your bar is set much better than these React Native first devs. And I would really encourage those native devs, especially if they're watching this, to try your best to not view this as an us versus them thing. Because I see that a lot. I see this belief that these web devs that don't know what they're doing are coming to our mobile platform and taking it from us and replacing it with JavaScript. Try to view this as an opportunity to teach and educate. This happens to me a lot as a backend dev that moved to web. I have a really controversial video that's entirely correct titled I have an old controversial video that I still stand behind fully titled Next.js as a backend framework, because React was moving more and more to the backend, and Next, by definition, is a backend server-side tool. I saw the opportunity to educate React devs, and I got really excited about teaching people whose history is JS and CSS to think about server-side stuff. I got to teach Dan Abramov, the guy who created Redux and contributed heavily to React. I got to teach him what a cold start was on Lambda. That's so cool and fun and exciting. But viewed the wrong way, that could be seen as, oh, these web devs are so stupid, I'm going to keep them far away from my servers and make them hit an API instead. I see it as a fun, exciting learning opportunity to teach these things you care a lot about to others. And I would really encourage the experienced mobile devs to try and see that opportunity here. because there's going to be a lot more web devs trying to build mobile apps using tech that you may or may not like, but the apps will be terrible, not because the tech is bad, but because the experience isn't there. And if you can help people bridge these gaps, you will be more valuable than all of them combined. So take the opportunity to teach these mobile devs. So I encourage mobile devs with this level of experience to stop being scared of React Native, not embrace it, don't go all in on it or anything, but take the opportunity to teach those who are trying to make good mobile apps how. Because they want to, they just don't know what good looks like yet. That said, their ability to write native code is still very, very helpful. Don't discount that, but it's the experience and the taste that they have built over the decades that make them so valuable today. Also, another big thing they have experience with is platform differences. The difference between two different spec'd Android phones, two different versions of Android across those phones, different resolutions and how those should be handled. There's a lot of things there that need to be deeply understood by the devs building on these platforms, and native expertise makes it way easier for them to do. Also, I would not wish a React Native version bump on my worst enemy. Pretty much every time I have to bump React Native versions in a project, I end up making a new one and just copy pasting all the code over, and it usually works a lot faster. So having native devs that can help figure out those parts and smooth out the chaos is super, super helpful. We invested in training our native mobile developers in React Native through a self-serve course that covered everything they need to know in order to ship production-ready code. Additionally, we set up office hours with devs who are already proficient in React Native to provide support through Q&A sessions, pair programming, and code reviews. I would make the argument they should do this the other way too, where the native devs could give workshops and QA sessions to web devs learning the mobile platform to explain how important these distinctions are. And maybe once my video about web versus mobile comes out, you could drop that in the course too, because it's going to be a pretty good video. I'm really excited about it. Oh, look. They supplemented the mobile team with some web devs from the JS, TS, and React world. This ensured they had a strong expertise in both. Take back the oh look bit, because I thought it was going to go a different way than it did. They call it that they supplement the other way too, where they added React devs to the mobile teams. Awesome. Building that interop is essential to success here. And again, to emphasize the point of native code, it is crucial. 100% React Native should be seen as an anti-goal. It's great for building features just once, but it's not the right tech for everything. Native is still the best way for building cutting-edge features that leverage device hardware, like 2D and 3D scanning, running AI models on device, stuff like that. It's also better suited for building features that have memory limitations, like home and lock screen widgets, Apple Watch apps, and complications, app intents, and Siri shortcuts. Native is also the better choice for long-running background jobs, like in the point of sale app, downloads and syncing, or like their example, which is the point of sale app, has to download and sync a ton of data in the background so it can still process transactions even when offline. Do you know how painful it is to do transaction processing offline and syncing it back up? Ugh, it makes me feel sick. But the native layer is a lot more capable of doing those types of things. Good luck getting your JavaScript code to run in the background as you're switching between apps. Believe me, I've tried it. It is not fun. Not fun at all. I like this quote here a lot. Instead of thinking about native or React Native, think about native and React Native. It's right in the name, React Native. We found that you can save a ton of time by building most features just once using React Native and then leverage the native platform for the things it is best suited for. This is also why having native expertise is crucial. Okay, this is a big important point here. Debugging is worse. Yes, the tools for debugging and figuring out what's going wrong in a React Native app have improved a lot since I first said they were unforgivably bad, but they are still really bad. Thankfully, they're working on a complete rewrite, thankfully, Meta is working on a complete rewrite, which, according to the people at Shopify, looks promising. That also sounds like they're not using it yet. We'll see. React Native updates are not seamless. I talked about this earlier. Migrating a big React Native app to a new React Native version Good luck, have fun. And more reliance on third-party libraries. I get why this is potentially a negative, but I think this is a really good thing overall. If you're not familiar with Expo somehow, I don't know why you're watching this, but it's a platform to make React Native development significantly easier. It's a set of tools to make building the app better, as well as a ton of different packages for all the native stuff you might want to interface with through React Native. Just look at the sheer number of packages these guys have put out. It's insane. If you want to, I don't know, where was it? If you want to do something like print to a printer on your local network, or you want to handle screen capture and screen orientation, or you want to process SMS messages using the native SMS APIs, or you want to put SQLite in your app, you want to manage the status bar, you want to be able to play video, you want to have thumbnails for video. That's a very annoying one. These types of problems are obnoxious to solve, be it native or React Native. So now there is good native code already written for you that you just call via a component. I remember when I had a really good Android engineer working on an app with me, I showed him the Expo AV package. He gave it a look because he had strong takes on how to do audio and video stuff on Android and hit me up blown away because he had never seen another project using the specific libraries that he really liked for video on Android, and they were. And now it's suddenly super easy to consume. You just use the Expo AV package. I want to see. Yeah. Once you've configured it in iOS and Android, you can just call audio.sound.createAsync, link it some MP3, and tell it to play. Do you know how annoying it is to get something like this working cross-platform normally? It's so good. It's so good. Yeah, so I get why there is concern relying on third-party stuff, especially if you rely heavily on it and any given piece goes out of date, or is it maintained well, or is it being audited properly? But if you build a bunch of those libraries yourself and reuse them and better understand the ones that you're pulling externally, maybe you hire the engineer who built this library that's really important to you, there's a big benefits and negatives here. But I would argue a company like Shopify benefits greatly because if any one of these libraries is important enough to them, they can just hire the person who made it. And they've done that. They've had a lot of luck with that. Normally, I don't answer these types of questions, but yes, T3 Chat is profitable. We are not going anywhere. Don't worry about us disappearing. We are fine. Also, one more note on the third parties thing. It's kind of funny that Shopify's bet so heavily on React because on their backend, they went the other direction. They went all in on Rails for their server side, which is both not very performant and fully encapsulated, where almost everything you need is either built into Rails or there's a like tightly knit gem that does it. There is a culture of making gems for all sorts of other things, but the framework is much more complete than something like React and even something like Next.js. So the cultural difference there of an all-in-one solution on the backend side and a piecemeal do-it-yourself solution that's more composable on the front end, it's interesting to see that gap. But I can also see that as a result, the culture of liking tools that bring everything is something that exists there, and that makes it a harder sell for React. They got over it, and all it gets is this short 2.5 paragraph section in this article, but it is an interesting, fundamental, foundational, like philosophical thing. This last section, okay. One more main section of their wins. The shared foundation unlocks a ton of leverage. When we first started using React Native, we didn't have years of experience building mobile apps with React Native like we did with native platforms. We couldn't leverage the shared native foundations that we had built over the years, so each team had to build things their own way. It wasn't worth investing in creating those shared foundations at the time because we were still learning how to build apps in React Native. I have so many stories about building these shared bridges. One of my favorites is with Twitch chat. I sent the announcement in Discord. I absolutely did, Gabriel. It's right there. I just posted a video since, so it gets covered. Nice try. Don't gaslight me like this. Anyways. One of my favorite examples of a chaotic native... One of my favorite examples of chaos... God damn it. One of my favorite examples of chaotic native sharing of code is actually right here with Twitch chat. Twitch chat has a really important feature, which is... Let me see if I can find it in here. Non-mod settings. Here's where it'll be. Chat appearance, readable colors. This setting for readable colors is way harder to get right than one might think. Because readable colors needs to take the hex code a user set for their name and make sure it stays readable on web and mobile, and dark mode and light mode. Oh shit, Mayor Rayner with the raid. Thank you so much for the raid. Really appreciate it. Thank you for stopping by. I have to admit, I am not familiar with your game. Literally, it looks like. Oh shit, game dev streamer. Open sourcing a production app. That sounds really cool, actually. I might check that out after stream. Thank you for stopping by. For those who aren't familiar, I'm Theo. I do a lot of filming tech YouTube content live on Twitch. Yeah, so Snow Squire here. Okay, back to the video I was just filming about mobile apps and React Native stuff. Thank you again for stopping by. Appreciate the raid a ton. Thank you, Snow Squire, for taking the hit here by turning your name black, because this is a dark mode. So that black username shouldn't be readable, but it is because I have readable colors on. So if I go here, chat appearance, turn off readable colors, suddenly the contrast on his name goes to shit and we can't read it anymore. I am doing great. Thank you so much, Maya. Same to you. Thank you again. So pretty simple, right? Just transform the color. Well, we want to make sure the colors are consistent across different platforms, specifically web, iOS, and Android. So we needed to write that transformation code in a language that worked on all of those platforms. Do you know what language works really well across iOS, Android, and web? Sadly, the answer is not JavaScript. Believe me, I wish it was. The answer for the language that the Twitch mobile team chose in order to make sure the color math was the same across all platforms, second guess was correct, C++. The hex code transformation, the code that transforms hex colors to be readable on different platforms is written in C++ in order for that code to be shared across all these platforms. What the fuck? That's all I have to say on that one. Anyways, I fully sympathize with Shopify struggling to figure out how to bridge this gap. The approach was great to hit the ground running quickly and migrate our apps, but it also caused teams to solve the same problem multiple times, reinventing the wheel. This was a conscious trade-off. We optimized for speed and consistency. But by the end of 2023, all of our apps were mature enough that we could start making them consistent. We have since started extracting common components like identity, real-time monitoring, performance measurement, etc., all into shared libraries that all of their apps can consume. This allows teams to avoid solving problems that have already been solved in other parts of the company. It also spreads knowledge and expertise, and every app automatically benefits from improvements that are made to these shared components. This is another one of those huge wins that's hard to put into words. When you work in an ecosystem that has packages and libraries that work really well, and your company buys into that, managing the monorepo is never fun. But once you get it all working, wins can now be felt much further across the spectrum. It might be harder to make any given change to one of those shared libraries, but once the change is made, the wins from it are felt way wider than they would be in other environments. It's a huge thing to have a platform that's shared across stuff, so one change can be felt across all of your stuff. This is also why stuff like the React compiler is so cool, because every React app can now hit a button and run better than it does today. That's an awesome win. So with all of this said, how is Shopify feeling for the future of React Native? They say it's bright. Meta's been a great steward of the project. We are seeing regular improvements with every release, and the roadmap is being heavily influenced by developer feedback. It is kind of crazy how tight the React Native team is with the community. The React Native team is way bigger than the normal Android team, but more importantly, but more importantly, that React Native team is super deeply integrated with a lot of other companies using React Native. As they call out here, companies like Microsoft, Amazon, Tesla, SpaceX, and Coinbase are all using React Native, shipping open source things that the React Native community benefits from, and talking to and collaborating closely with the Meta team. Microsoft built React Native for Windows and for Mac. Amazon is super involved in the attempts to compile React JavaScript code into native assembly in order to make their apps fly. I don't know what the hell Tesla and SpaceX are doing, but let's be honest, do they know? You get the idea, though. The community is thriving, and the React Native team collaborates closely with those key community members. Shopify is also a very good contributor. I want to be clear about that. They've been awesome from my experience and the experience of everyone I've talked to. Their contributions to React Native have been incredible. Even just the comms side, the fact that I can cite them as a counterexample to the Airbnb shit show is huge. They contribute by making code contributions to React Native, doing co-releases along with React Native, sponsoring highly impactful open source projects like the React Native Skia project, as well as Reanimated, as well as publishing open source projects like Flashlist, Restyle, and Top Hat. They're also bringing back the React Native working group, which is huge. The goal there is to bring senior leaders who are using React Native in their orgs to identify key challenges in the ecosystem, prioritize investments. You get the idea. React Native has come a long way in the last 5 years. A lot of limitations that led to people not adopting it simply don't exist anymore. If you haven't tried using React Native in a while, now would be a good time to revisit it. We're going to continue working with Meta and the rest of the community to make it better. What a phenomenal article. This is so cool to see a proper reflection after years of shipping React Native, after a decade of its existence. What a win. Thank you to Shopify for being such an awesome steward of this community. And thank you to you for watching through to the end of this video. Let me know what you guys think. Are you more excited than ever to build mobile apps, or are you wishing that React never infected your phone in the first place? Let me know. Until next time, peace, nerds. Yeah, thank you, Emre, for the support. Really appreciate that. Okay, so the foreshadowing with whatever else drops today that I was doing, I honestly thought DeepSeek R2 might drop today. No, the stream is not ending. I'm just finishing the topic. Let me thank all the subs I missed while I was doing that. I missed a ton, God damn it. I think I got you, Sterling. Regardless, appreciate you a ton. Barry, the Brexit geezer with the Prime, thank you so much for that. Lermatroid, 2 years of support. Thank you so much for that. Happy the content's been good for that long now. Cyrus here with the 5 months of support. Thank you for that. Bot Cooper, the legend, 32 months of tier 3. Jesus Christ. Thank you as always. Wolf here with the 21 months of Prime. Akko with the 8 months. Nuno with the raid. Kusi here with the 25 months. Akshay gifting that sub over to Evan. Nair here with the tier 3 for a year now. Jesus Christ. Uploading CDN is not multi-region until you are paying us money. And even then, you pick the regions. Yes, your name is fixed. Just through the blog posts. Thank you for doing the work. I'm sad that I couldn't find that quote. Appreciate it a ton, though. What a chaotic deep dive. I need a, like, mid-priority label. I'm going to make one now. I'll do pink for that. Cool. It says I don't want that one to go too out of date. Thanks for the congrats. I'm sorry to YouTube chat. But to all chat. Thank you guys all for hanging out, as always, by the way. Really appreciate you guys coming through. How's the most recent video doing? So I kind of double posted today. Jesus Christ. Very well. Okay. Channel's on fucking fire right now. Hermes looks bad for reasons that probably don't matter too much. Yeah, this is just like compute performance. Like how fast can it solve a given JS problem? Not how quickly can it spin up from scratch, which is the main thing Hermes is built to optimize for. How quickly can it go from in storage to in memory and running? My Gemini videos seem to be promoted by YouTube. No, YouTube is not smart enough to do that. Believe me, I wish Google's algorithm was intelligent enough to do better recommendations like that. It is not. It is just a diffing algo. That was a fun article. I'm happy we did that one. Overdue. We're in 3 videos so far for stream. We've been going for 4 hours. That's great. Do I just go straight into the ranking all the models thing? I haven't even decided how I want to like do the tier list. Like, do I want to use one of the tier list builder things? I almost offered to pay Embed again to build it for me, but busy/lazy. I think I need to just do this one in Affinity. Image is too low res. Oh. Figma tier list template. Okay. That actually sounds like exactly what I want for this. Figma is a meme tool that can also be used for design. Hilarious. Cool. What's the default font size? Let's extra bold it. White. Gonna need to make an area down here for all of this. Here we go. Okay, so that's the OpenAI models, right? Quad 3.5. Okay, that's the ones I care about with Claude. Text only tier list, I don't give a fuck. It's way easier this way. I'm not going to put the time into icons. Oh, thank you, Taj, for the mention of the Vivaldi changes. I tried configuring a bunch of that earlier. I had to make some OS level changes for some other things too. I'm happier with my Vivaldi experience than I was before, but it's still not quite where I need it. Zen is still the better browser for my experience overall. I'm going to see if anybody, AI model tier list. If someone's already made a template for this, they don't even have the icons in it. Fuck that. Did somebody drop a decent one? No. Okay, is it 3 Opus? Like, what's the Opus version? Okay, Gemini 2.0 Flash. Is it light? LITE? Cool. Three 3.7 is thinking. Thank you. Okay, and then we have our friends over at DeepSeek. I just realized this will be a lot easier if I extend the box, select all of the content inside of it, move it down. Nope. Okay, can I? I'll just do that. Hey, it's 0324, right? The new one. Good enough. How'd I do? Oh, it's 0325. Thank you, chat. frame selection. Cool. And I can duplicate that in case I want to or grab it later for some reason. Okay, there was is Pro not a thinking model? I'm not putting in me strokes. I don't care. I guess left align probably makes more sense. There we go. Cool. Good enough for me. Okay. This is as good as it's going to get. I'm not going to do logos. What I might do, just to make this part easier, is pick a color for each company. OpenAI should probably stay white. I'm going to pick... let's go to the Claude site quick so I can grab their color. I still associate Google with green. DeepSeek's made their whole brand around blue. Let's get this blue because it's the one they actually use. Blue. And then Grok. I think Grok benefits from a piss yellow. Yeah. Cool. I'm happy with this. I can rock with this. Shall we hence? Added logos? That quick? Okay. You know what? Can I easily like open or AI model tier list? Anyone can view, yeah. Viewers can clone, right? Like if I drop this link, y'all can unfuck it for me, right? I was right with 0324. Don't fucking gaslight me, chat. I'm good at what I do. Cool. So I'm going to make a clone of this for myself. Can I even do that? Duplicate. Cool. So I have my clone that you guys don't have the link to, so you can all have fun. The hundreds of you all hanging out here. While hopefully leading a meeting. This is chaos. Yeah, if somebody can add the logos to make this more viable, that'd be awesome. Jesus Christ, nerds. Well, noted, I can't share. Like, yeah, I know they can't change anything, but I'm not going to let them touch anything. But yeah, if whoever gets me the logos in a thing where I can easily drag and drop each piece first, I will be sure to shout you out. Yeah, I know you guys can't change it, but you can clone it and then link the one that you build instead. I don't want to get, if I give edit access to a link, everyone's fucked. I have no idea what you're even saying. We're just gonna get rid of you. Yes, this works. A bit annoying to have to like scroll all the way down and up, but yeah. Okay. You win, Lerma. We're going with that. Okay. Yeah, we're doing this instead. Absolutely. AI model tier list. Yeah, Lerma, you're getting a huge shout out for that one. Goddamn. No worries. This is awesome. I did not think someone would be able to get that together that quick and have it in a decent enough state for this. I'm hyped. Fuck yeah. Cool. Cool. Let's just get started. Remember the good old days where there were really only... Where's my mic tilted? There we go. Cool. Remember the good old days where there were only one or two models to pick between and you would just pick whichever one was best? It's not like that anymore. Not only... Remember the good old days where there were only one or two models to pick between? It's not like that anymore. I want a good flow for this. Let me... Okay. Remember the good old days where there were only one or... I still fondly look back on the good old days where we had to pick between 1 to 2 models and just would get back to work. Nowadays, there's quite a few more. In fact, there's this many more. There are a lot of models that are worth considering for the work that you do. And as somebody who built a chat app that exposes pretty much all of these models, I have a lot of thoughts. I've been playing over the last few years, or over the last year, I've been switching between models constantly, figuring out the best things and the worst things about each of them. And combined with and I also am very cost sensitive because I host a chat app that's really cheap. $8 a month, by the way, for T3 chat, if you didn't already know. As such, I have a lot of feelings about these models. I did a short tweet a while back where I gave a gut feel ranking on how I feel about them, but people wanted more info. I decided I would do a video, and the more I thought about it, the more I realized what we need to do isn't just a quick covering of these. What we needed is a more traditional tier list. And thankfully, Lermatroid from my community quickly threw together a V0 app that lets me drag and drop all the different AI models so I can go through these all with you guys to give you a feel of how I think about these models, when I use them, when I don't, and most importantly, how they compare against each other. A handful of these models are very, very expensive, like 4.5 or O1 and O1 Pro. And in order to pay these bills, we need a quick break. So quick sponsor spot, and we'll be right back after that. Is there any way I can add models to this? Or if you can share the V0 playground, that'd be cool too. because there's a couple missing in here that we need to add. The ones that are missing that immediately stand out are also O3 Mini's the wrong logo. Also need O1 and O1 Pro. Also need Grok. Rest of this looks fine. Incredibly fast work. Fork. O1. O1 Pro. Failed to save changes. What the fuck? I'll work in a Chrome-based browser. Okay, O1, O1 Pro, O3 Mini. Let's bump this up to here. Why is it still failing to save my changes? What the fuck? It's just bugging out. I'm in my fork. I don't think the fork failed. I'm in it. Okay. Gemini 4.0. Okay. Images. Grok logo. No rush, Lerma. This is a fun learning experience for me as I figure out why this is so fucking broken. Oh, Grok 3's already in there. Nice. So I can remove this, save it, watch it fail again, refresh it, where it will now actually have worked. This is a great developer experience. I see why everyone's so excited to learn how to program using these tools. I can rock with this. Feel the middleware is a hilarious pun. I'm going to wait for you to finish up. Thank you again, Lerma. I really appreciate it. This looks perfect to me. Anyone else notice anything missing? It seems fine. We don't have Claude Opus, but Opus is a bad model anyways. I'll rock with this. And if you want to make changes, does it store locally when I move things? Like, will I be able to refresh? No. That's annoying. Oh yeah, 01 and 01 Pro are missing too. It's ephemeral? Okay. We were so close, but so far. Let me grab this link, open up a normal browser. Miss, fork. Update the model list to match the following. Let me write this list up here. OpenAI, a GPT 4o, GPT 4o mini, GPT 4.5, 01, 01 Pro, 03 mini. Claude, 3.5 Sonnet, 3.7 Sonnet, 3.7 Sonnet Thinking, 3 Opus, Deep or Gemini, Flash 2.0, Flash 2.0 Light, or 2.0 Flash Light, get that right, 2.0 Flash, 2.0 Flash. I'm not going to do Flash Thinking because it's a weird model. I haven't used it enough. 25 Pro, DeepSeek, V3, V3 0324, R1 distilled llama. Then Grok has Grok 3. I don't care about Quen. Aha. I can rock with this. No worries, Lerma. You've been super, super helpful. This has been great. And I didn't know if this would be a viable starting point, and you gave us a really, really close one. Sure. Aha. I can rock with this. Okay. Phase cut back here. After a bunch of changes and adjustments, we got this in a really good spot. Super excited. Shout out to V0 for making this viable, and shout out to Lerma for doing the first pass on it. We are in a state where we can start placing things. Oh, 03 Mini's logo got eaten. Okay, I got a couple small things I want to fix first, actually. I changed my mind. Give me a sec. Fix O3 Mini's logo and find some way to put all the models on the right side so I don't have to scroll so far to see them. Make the vertical height of the tiers smaller too, but it should expand when a row is filling up. I'm gonna change this. Things to fix. O3 Mini logo. Remove model capabilities. Handle overflowing model names. Make the tier heights shorter. Move the models, or the what's the term? Unranked models to the right, so I don't have to scroll to the bottom of the page all the time. Much better. Names should go multi-row if names shouldn't be concatenated, or names shouldn't be forced to one line with ellipsis. Make sure the whole name is always visible. Multi-line is fine. Okay. I will get that update later on. For now, this is a hell of a lot better. Okay. Here's where we're actually starting. Okay, O1 and O1 Pro aren't new, whatever. I don't care about the new logos. There's a lot of little things here. We threw it together quick with V0. You get the idea. You guys wanted me to do something fancier than Figma. This is what you get. Let's do a solid, simple starting point with GPT-4o. It's kind of the perfect middle ground model where it wasn't super impressive when it dropped. Its price wasn't super competitive when it dropped, but it kind of set the bar as a normal, like right in the middle standard. That's why I'm going to put it in the B tier. Which is why I'm going to put it in the... Fuck all of this. I'm going back to Figma. I'm sorry. The effort was put in. Figma will just work. We're doing Figma. GPT-4o, B tier. Oh shit, does somebody have a better Figma for me in chat? Oh, this is so much better. This is so much better. No, that's not how URLs work. Duplicate to my drafts. Aha. Thank you so much chat. And huge shout out to Midnight Grocer for making my Figma template way less garbage. This has been a great preview of what AI development is like. Fit in however much of that you feel like fits phase. Anyways, here we go. Much more drag and droppable. Oh, it's so good. Cool. So we have GPT-4o as my logical starting point, right in the middle of the road. I think B tier is a very good fit for 4o. It's not terrible, does things well, doesn't do anything better than anything else. Its price was surprising at the time, and it was also a lot faster than standard GPT-4 was. It was an iterative release, massive improvement on 4, or it was an iterative release meant to improve on 4, and it mostly improved on performance, like speed-wise and price. It's fine as a default. It's a little expensive, especially when you look at the other models in the OpenAI list, like 4o Mini. Let me pull up my pricing over here. Just for reference, I have all of the pricing here, which we'll be looking at throughout. 4o is $2.50 per million input tokens and $10 per million output tokens. 4o Mini, 15 cents per million in, 60 cents per million out. And 4o Mini is way, way faster, especially if you host it on platforms like Azure. As a result, 4o Mini, I would argue, is a very underrated model, especially when you consider what I would call revolution it helped kickstart with the chaos of cheaper, faster, small models. We wouldn't have the small models we have today if it wasn't for 4o Mini showing that there is value in these things. I'm going to put it in the A tier because I consider it, especially for its time, really, really, really good. I almost wish I had a separate tier for its impact because, I don't recommend anyone use 4o Mini right now. I just can't, in good faith, recommend that. But at the same time, 4o Mini kickstarted a lot of the things that led to the models I do recommend. Gemini 2.0 Flash. Just a reference here, I think this is going to be our first S-tier model. Not because it's the smartest thing in the world, but it's a hell of a lot smarter than 4o Mini, and it's also slightly cheaper, which is unbelievable. It's just unbelievable that 2.0 Flash is cheaper than 4o Mini while being smarter than not only 4o Mini, but comparable, if not better, than 4o. If we hop over to the artificial analysis charts, you'll see 2.0 Flash is competing with Sonnet for general intelligence and is smoking 4o Mini. It's also, according to the standard intelligence test here, beating out 4o by a decent margin as well, which, for the price gap there, kind of absurd. $2.50, 10 cents. It is 25x more expensive while performing worse overall. Yeah. So 4o Mini, revolutionary for its time, not a model I can recommend confidently today. Let's go back to the OpenAI models for a bit because there's some important ones here. Specifically, O1. O1 is another one of those models that is revolutionary for what it did. It was the first prolific thinking model. It was so good at thinking and chain of thought that they refused to actually show the data for what it's thinking about. And it started a flame war between OpenAI and their biggest partner, Microsoft, who really wanted to figure out how it worked so they could use that data for their own training internally. O1 was so much better than anyone expected that it forced me to do some videos basically apologizing for saying that AI had plateaued. O1 is insane for what it offers, but the price reflects that. O1's API cost is $15 per million in and $60 per million out. 6 times more expensive than 4o, which is already 25 times more expensive than Gemini Flash. That's insane. This model is just so absurdly expensive, and it's not because they're way overcharging to make a ton of profit on it. It just takes a lot of compute to process because the amount of data and other things that are in this model is just insane. They are losing money with a lot of the stuff they do with O1, especially the $200 a month Pro subscription. O1 isn't overpriced relative to how hard it is to run. It's overpriced relative to the quality of the output, especially in the DeepSeek era. The more I think about this, I might have put things a little too high up initially. I think I'm going to bump 4.0. God, this is annoying to list. I think I'm going to bump 4.0 down. I'm going to bump 4.0 mini down as well. And I'm going to put 0.1 in that revolutionary, but not something you should actually use tier. Because it kickstarted thinking as we know it today, but at what cost? Kind of insanely expensive. It's also worth noting that the output cost isn't directly comparable because it is doing more output because it's thinking. And they're charging you for these tokens during thinking that you can't even see. So if you ask the same thing to 4.0 and 0.1, 0.1's going to generate way more output tokens too. Okay, I am curious enough. Okay, yeah, this is a lot better. Lermo challenged himself to get this build working, and it appears he did a great job. So I'm going to catch us up real quick with a much better UI for this. 4.0 mini, 1, 4.0. Where's, oh, there's Flash. Cool. Flash. Nice. I can work with this. Cool. Once again, thank you to the community for making a much better tool for me to actually do this all in. Way nicer. So, what do we place next? Think we need a good low tier right now. I'm going to put QWQ in the F tier. I know this is controversial, but I don't care. I've never had to work so hard to make a model behave at all. I know technically speaking, it ranked really well, but it still sucks. It still is so much work to make it behave at all. Also, does this local stink right now? It does. Cool. Nice. Yeah. Like, I have a whole video about this model and my attempts to try and get it to work. I invented a new metric I call the weight count. Or I invented my own metric that I call the weight watcher, which is how many times does it say wait or when it asks itself stuff. It just loops forever. I struggled so hard to get any reasonable output out of the QWQ model, and not just like in my own deployment with T3 chat, but in their own web app too. After a lot of finagling and playing around with temperature settings and whatnot, we got it to an almost usable point, but it was hell to get it there. People are asking, how often is this used in T3 chat? That's a great question. Let's check our analytics quick. Here is our usage of models all time. QWQ has been used 10,000 times. Meanwhile, like all the different R1 deployments, because we have multiple of them, we've changed providers and such throughout. Night and day gap there. But like compared to the big ones, like Flash at 1.34 million messages and 4.0 mini over 1 million. To be clear, 4.0 mini's flatlined since we switched Gemini Flash to the default. Still pretty good, but the comparison between literally 10,000 and over 1 million is hilarious. It's not a model a lot of people use. They played with it to try it out, but they're not going back to QWQ. It is reasonably priced, thankfully. That's like the one benefit. But a well-priced shit sandwich is still a shit sandwich. How about... Okay. Now that that's covered, I can throw in 2.5 here, the standard Quen model, the non-thinking version. I'll put this one in C tier. And you know what? I'm going to put Llama 3.3 in the same spot. Why am I putting these next to each other? Because by themselves, they suck. If you're hitting Qwen or Llama directly, you're probably using more compute than necessary to get an answer that's not very good. But these models have a couple strengths. But these models do have a couple strengths. Strength 1 has almost nothing to do with them. It's this company, Grok. Grok builds their own chips to make AI inference way faster. And when I say way faster, I mean like 100 times faster. The speed that Grok inference goes at is just unbelievable. We hop the T3 chat and I go over to our Llama distilled model, which is distilled Llama. Remember, Llama's the thing that we're talking about right now. And ask it to solve advent of code 2021 day 3 in Python. Do you see how fast this is outputting? I can barely scroll fast enough to keep up. You certainly can't read that fast. It just flies. It takes seconds to do what other models take minutes to do. These models are very efficient, not because just the model is great, but Grok was able to architect CPUs just to do that type of inference really fast. In the way that Llama and QWQ, the way that Llama and Qwen are architected makes them work really well with Grok's chips, and the result is performance that's unbelievable, at least in terms of speed. The quality of those models, however, not as consistent and as much of a guarantee. Thankfully, I want to close all these before I forget. Thankfully, that's where our friends over at DeepSeek come in, because the DeepSeek R1 standard model was revolutionary. It's tempting to put it in S tier. The only reason I'm not is because I don't think you should actually use this model. DeepSeek R1 was a game changer in bringing the power of reasoning models to the open source world. Magical moment. However, running this model sucked. It sucked hard. The official APIs for R1 went down within a day of the model going live and stayed down for like 2+ weeks because they were getting more traffic than they knew what to do with. The other providers of R1 were running it so slowly that I couldn't recommend using it at all. If we hop over to our friends at Artificial Analysis to see quickly, come on, and we look at the different providers, you'll see that the majority of these providers are running the model at like 10 to 20 tokens per second. Just for a random reference point, our 4.0 mini deployment runs at 160 to 180 tokens per second. 8x slower is a big deal, and you feel it. This is slower than reading speed. And if I go rerun this prompt using the standard R1 via OpenRouter, rerun, you'll see the difference. This is real time. Do you understand? Not even close. That said, this is a very, very smart model. And if you look at the benchmarks and how it ranks in intelligence, it beats out some much more expensive models. It's powerful. It's good. There's a lot of awesome things R1 did. It's just too slow to be practical. Thankfully, they knew that, and they used DeepSeek to distill its knowledge into other smaller models that are easier to run, like, Qwen and Llama. When R1 came out, they didn't just release it as a single monolithic giant model. They also released it alongside their distilled models on these smaller bases that are significantly easier to run. That's why Qwen and Llama can do incredible things, not as Qwen or Llama, but as I just showed in T3 chat, they can do those things as a distilled version of DeepSeek R1. When I first put this out when I first put out the R1 distilled version of DeepSeek on T3 chat, a bunch of people were flaming me for daring to call it R1 when it isn't. They published it as R1. That is what they called it. That said, it's not the actual proper full R1. It is effectively faking how R1 performs because they distilled the original DeepSeek model's learnings onto a smaller one. It will never be as good as the big models, But man, the results I have gotten from R1 have been nuts. And for things like coding challenges, R1 Llama Distill is often what I reach for to this day. I've been very impressed with the quality of the responses I get out of this model, and I don't find myself reaching for standard R1 almost ever. That said, all of that said, R1 Distilled is still not quite smart enough or reliable enough to make it to S tier. But I would put these next to each other because the standard R1 kicked off a revolution in what we expect from models. And it really started this new open model world that we're in today. R1 Distilled performs way better and shows the power of distillation, but it's still not quite as smart as R1, which makes it a harder sell, especially in a world where OpenAI responds. The first OpenAI model I'm going to put into S tier is O3 Mini. Holy fuck, this model blew me away. O3 Mini makes me question almost everything else OpenAI does because it's cheaper and better than everything else they offer. Reminder that 4.0, which came out way earlier, $2.50 per million in, $10 per million out. 01, $15 per million in, $60 per million out. O3 Mini, $1.10 per million in, less than half the price of 4.0, and $4.40 per million out, less than half the price of 4.0. Still, that's huge. But these numbers look a little weird. They're not perfect fractions to their other prices. The reason is they priced it at exactly double R1. 440 versus 219 and 110 versus 55 cents. It was very clear that the price point they hit with O3 Mini was directed to be a response to DeepSeek R1. Since O3 Mini is also a mini model, it flies. Its output speeds are nuts. It performs really, really well. It does have catches, though. We don't have access to its thinking data. So if I run the same query I just ran here with the thinking models with DeepSeek, we get this reasoning data, which is it thinking to itself before giving the answer. It's a big part of why it's so smart. If I switch this over to use O3 Mini, I'll throw it on low compute so I don't waste a whole bunch of money for no reason. We wait, and then we start getting an answer. We start getting an answer pretty impressively quick, but we don't get anything for a minute because it's doing thinking at that point, and they're not sending that data to us. They have some of it in their web app, but it's summaries of what it was thinking about. They are not transparent about what it does before it puts out that output. So you end up in that loading state. And when you're using high compute, you just sit there for a while and you don't know if it's working or not, which sucks. And OpenAI has not given us a way to provide a better experience for our users over the API, which makes me tempted to lower it. But it's such a fucking good model, I can't do it. It is my default for hard problems. It is hilariously cheap. It's cost us 1/5 as much as Claude has cost us, despite being used roughly the same amount. It's a phenomenal model. O3 Mini shows me what OpenAI is capable of, and I'm very excited for more things like it in the future. But the only reason O3 Mini came out so good is they were terrified of R1 and had to respond. Speaking of things that cost me too much money, we need to talk about the Claude models. I'm just going to do it, and we'll talk about it after. Okay. I put 3.5 in S tier. I put 3.7 with reasoning in A tier. And I put 3.7 standard in B tier. I have a couple reasons for all of these decisions. Claude 3.5 in S tier, not because it's a good value, because let's be frank, when we look at the prices, it's not. It's more expensive than 4.0. And when we look at the benchmarks, 3.5 isn't even in this chart anymore, but 3.7's performing comparably to 2.0 Flash, despite being more than 30x as expensive. Why am I putting that in S tier then? Because when 3.5 dropped, it represented a massive quality bump in what we could do as developers with AI. I don't know if it was a lucky roll. I don't know if it was the training data. I don't think it was the training data because 3.7 is not as good at it. But by a lot of different things coming together, 3.5 became the first model that I would argue is not just good at code, is great at it, especially when it comes to styles and UI type stuff, especially when it comes to those UI things not being trampled by an aggressive intern rewriting everything in the process. 3.7 Sonnet and Sonnet Reasoning, thinking, whatever they call it, can both do great UI as well. But the best description I've seen of how they behave is they almost feel like an excited intern just going around rewriting everything that they can get their hands on. Definitely the vibe I have had playing with 3.7, and I went back to 3.5 as my default in Cursor. The other big benefit of 3.5 Sonnet is how absurdly good it is at following instructions with things like tools and agents. Most of the crazy, powerful agentic flows people are talking about building, the tools that have 15 steps that use all these other things, 3.5 was the first model that was great at using tools and doing things with tool calls. It's also a big part of why they built stuff like MCP, because they needed a way for models to have control over other things. Because 3.5 was good enough at doing that they wanted to improve the tooling around it. 3.5 kind of kickstarted the agentic revolution, as well as the wave of these AI dev tools, especially things like Lovable, V0, and Bolt that let you generate new UIs. Almost all of these things are just built around Claude 3.5 in the background. That said, the cost is absurd. And the fact that 3.7 consistently performs worse for the ways that we use 3.5 while still being priced the same is offensive. If they had just cut the price of 3.5 by like 30% when 3.7 came out, or had 3.7 with a different name that was cheaper, everything could be very, very different. But 3.5, it's expensive for what it is. And as such, I will usually reach for Flash or O3 Mini in tools like T3 Chat, both because they are faster, and in the case of O3 Mini, it's smarter. And then if I don't get the answer I'm looking for, or I'm not happy with the result, I'll quickly pop over to 3.5. That said, holy hell, the costs of Claude are absurd. Give me one moment. Ugh. Yeah. Claude is so expensive for us that we had to change how we do credits fundamentally in T3 Chat. Give me one more moment. Because of the absurd price of Claude, we can't include it in our standard messaging tier, which includes every other model right now, by the way. You can use O3 Mini 1,500 times. You can use Gemini 1,500 times. You can use all the models we provide 1,500 times a month for $8. Except for Claude, you get 100 Claude messages a month instead. We had to split this out because we would actually go bankrupt otherwise. There were individual users who cost us $400 to $600 in their $8 allocation. Fundamentally, like, we would have been out of business if we didn't make this change. None of the other models have had costs even close to the point where we would consider this, simply because they cost less. So, yeah, I have strong opinions because we have insane costs. And like, talk all the shit you want. This is an absurd number considering the fact that the next highest bill is a fifth the price. And the millions of messages we have had sent through other tools. Let me go back to my post hog. One sec. And remember, 1.3 million Gemini messages cost us like $1,600 to $1,800. these Claude messages cost us probably 40 grand total across the last 3 months. It's about half as many messages, and it cost us 40 times as much money. It is what it is. Oh, shit. Will this have the reply in it? If so, I'm very excited to film that extra in a minute. We'll let that open in the background. Yes. You are a fucking legend. Thank you, Chad, for finding that. You know what? I'm going to split now so I don't forget. End of tier list part 1. Marker extra for Shopify RNVid. Okay. Quick shout out to Chad Linsky here for finding this particular post that I knew existed but has been deleted. Wayback Machine's backup. Somebody had replied to an employee at Shopify asking, why are you doing this with React Native? It failed for Airbnb. Are you only doing this for new products? To which Toby replied with this classic meme saying, this is Airbnb's mobile team, showing that they were so close to striking diamond and just gave up too early. Fair. Cool. Thank you. Back to the tier list. Yeah. So with all of that said, hopefully you get why I'm putting 3.5 up here, even if it's bankrupting me. It kickstarted a revolution. It made developers trust AI in ways they never had before, and it allowed for different use cases that we didn't think AI would do for years to be done in months. Even this tool we're using here, the AI model tier list, this was generated in V0 originally, and V0 uses 3.5 as far as I know. Makes a ton of sense. 3.7 and especially 3.7 reasoning have a habit of going off the rails and touching things they probably shouldn't. And the reasoning version especially likes to do, if you give it tools, it will call them, and it will cost you a lot of money as it does that. It's smart, though. I need to be realistic here. I feel better about that. The reason I'm keeping the 3.7 reasoning so high is that it was the first time a big lab didn't hide the reasoning data. As I showed before, OpenAI was very aggressive and quick to hide the reasoning data when you use their models. So O3 just didn't show us its reasoning at all. Anthropic went the other way. Not only do they show the reasoning, they actually admitted that they don't know why it works, which I found hilarious. They are sharing the reasoning in their words so that we as a community can do our best to understand why this is good and why this works well, because they saw it worked better than they expected. They just wanted to understand why. So they don't hide any of this data. The reason the other companies hide it is they don't want their competition to have it in order to train their models better. Google is hiding it. OpenAI is hiding it. Anthropic isn't. And I was surprised for that. I think it's dope of them to not only not hide it in their UI, but to expose it over the API. I wish more models had the balls to do that. Speaking of models with balls, Gemini 2.5 Pro. I think this is a solid A tier. I have not used it enough. Like, of all the models on the screen, 2.5 Pro is the one I have used the least because it came out yesterday. It was probably been out for longer by the time this video ships. But 2.5 Pro slaughters benchmarks. 2.5 Pro slaughters benchmarks, but there are catches. The catches are, we don't know how much it's going to cost yet, and they're not giving us the reasoning data. What's funny about 2.5 Pro is the reasoning's all there in AI Studio. You can see it, and it's not obfuscated. It's the full text of the reasoning. They just refuse to expose it over API for some reason. Very weird. Very weird. And we also, again, don't know the price. So of all of the placements here, I would say the 2.5 Pro one is the most speculative. If it ends up being really cheap, I'll keep it here, maybe even bump it up. But if it ends up being comparably priced to 4.0, I would lower it a bit. It really matters, like, how does the pricing compare to DeepSeek? If it ends up cheaper, it'll go in the front. If it ends up way cheaper, it goes up here. If it ends up more expensive, it goes down. Speaking of price in comparisons to 3.5, I think I need to do a long rant about DeepSeek v3. I'm going to do something a little spicy here. DeepSeek v3 kickstarted the new era of AI. R1 was built on DeepSeek v3, and v3 proved that an open model company that has no clear path to selling licenses or things like certain companies that begin with M and end in Estrel do. V3 had costs where V3 was on drop, cheaper than 4.0 mini, and its performance was right there next to 3.5. That was crazy. V3 was so mind-blowing at the time that I went down my AI pipeline as a result. V3 was so mind-blowing when it dropped in December last year that I kind of just dropped everything to figure it out. I was going to the Vercel office and talking to them about how crazy this model was, and they said I was insane. I was hanging out with all the other AI bros I know in SF and showing them the performance of this is nuts. The web app sucks, but it's such a capable model for the price. Everyone thought I was crazy. The other big thing with V3 when it dropped was the speed of the inference on the official DeepSeek API. It was consistently in the 100 to 150 tokens per second range, which late last year, most models were not fast. The idea of fast models kind of was kickstarted with V3. 4.0 mini could be fast, but the official deployment on V3, 4.0 mini could be fast, but the official deployment through OpenAI wasn't. V3 was significantly faster. That said, when we went to launch, the reason V3 honestly fundamentally changed my life is the UI for it was so bad that I had taken all of my frustrations with the Claude UI and the ChatGPT UI, realized V3 was even worse, and was just too annoyed about it to sit there and stare at it. So I started building T3 Chat. T3 Chat would not exist if it wasn't for DeepSeek v3 being such an incredible model that I wanted a better UI for it. And I was blown away. It would have been the only model we had at launch if it wasn't for the fact that the API performance went to shit the day before we went live. I can find the chart somewhere. It's not going to be easy. But when I started using v3, it was hitting that 120 token per second number. By the time we were ready to launch a week or two later, it was down to like 20 to 30 tokens per second. And the whole branding of T3 Chat at the time was the fastest AI chat app ever. If our inference is half the speed of 4.0 mini on OpenAI, that's not viable. After hunting around and spending a bunch of time on my favorite site, Artificial Analysis, I concluded that at the time, the best performance to price to speed to quality ratio was 4.0 mini, but not 4.0 mini hosted on OpenAI. It was 4.0 mini hosted on Azure. I used to keep this info very private because I didn't want people to know our secrets for going so fast. I don't care anymore because 4.0 mini is kind of a shit model. We were able to consistently hit numbers twice as fast as what OpenAI does out of their official API by hosting it on Azure instead. It was groundbreaking. At the time, it honestly felt groundbreaking. Getting performance like this with a model people were familiar with was unbelievable. You would open up the official ChatGPT site and our site, paste the same query to the same model, and ours would be done when the other was less than halfway through. It was so cool. And that is the only reason v3 wasn't our default model, even though it was way smarter and similarly priced to 4.0 mini. It was just that the hosting for it sucked. Since then, the hosting has improved, but then R1 dropped, and everyone was so focused on R1 that they stopped paying attention to v3, which was the foundational model that allowed for R1 to exist in the first place. And this is why I'm going to put v3 0324 edition very high up as well. I haven't used this model enough to confidently S-tier it, but I've seen the results enough to confidently frontline A-tier it. The update to V3 was very quietly done. They didn't even announce it until 2 days later. The performance results, though, they're nuts. It is definitely a refinement. It is not a fundamentally new model, but it is a refinement that puts it over GPT 4.5. That seems pretty cool. Obviously, 4.5 is not as good as a thinking model, but when we compare that with the price, you'll understand how genuinely absurd this is. V3 had cheaper pricing initially. They bumped it because they wanted to honor the V2 pricing initially. This is what V3 costs officially through the DeepSeek APIs. 27 cents per million in, $1.10 per million out, versus $75 per million in, $150 per million out. That is a 278 times more expensive input token and roughly 150 times more expensive output. And the new V3 performs better than 4.5 does. Do you see why this is such a big deal? V3 0324, which stands for March 24th, is positioned to make DeepSeek R2 the best model ever made. And I think the reason that DeepSeek was so quiet about this drop is they know that most people only pay attention to them for the R series, not knowing that the V series is incredibly underrated and is the glue that holds together the R series models. V3 0324 is going to power the best model ever made. At the very least, is going to power the best open source model ever made. And I would expect R2 to fundamentally destroy our expectations, similar to how R1 did just a little bit ago, earlier this year. Thank you, DeepSeek, for fundamentally changing how I think about AI and giving me the motivation to kickstart my own AI business. It's, of the models here, it's the only one that I could say changed my life. So V3, phenomenal model, super underrated, still really smart. And if the hosting was a bit better and it could run a bit faster, reliably, I would probably use it as my default instead of 3.5 or Flash. It's just not fast enough, again, because of the hosting. Because all the people who can host V3 would rather host R1 and make more money, which I understand. But V3 is possibly the best non-thinking model ever made. Speaking of best non-thinking model, GPT 4.5. I will admit bias here. I was lucky enough to get early access to 4.5, and I don't think I've ever been more confused in my life. I tried my hardest to figure out what it was good at and couldn't. So I just outright asked the people who had given me access, like, what do you guys think this is good at? Because I'm not getting good answers for code. And they said, oh yeah, it's not great at code. We're actually going to tell people that, though. It's a much more personal model. I struggle to believe that. And if it was just me, I would take their word for it. But then Karpathy did a phenomenal, hilarious poll. Let's see if I can find it. Yeah. Karpathy, AI wizard, did a fun poll where he asked 4.0 and 4.5 the same question as like a creative writing prompt for 5 different questions, posted the answers on Twitter, and had people vote for which one they preferred between 4 and 4.5. Not knowing which one was 4 or 4.5, just picking between A and B. And it was hard to pick for a handful of them. Like, I went through this in my 4.5 video, but the results weren't out yet. The results are out now. 4.5 lost 4 out of 5 times. So I don't know what the fuck they're saying when they say it writes better. I certainly don't know what the fuck they're saying when they price it the way they're pricing it. $75 per million in. It's absurd. It's so absurd that it's the first model we offered on T3 chat via bring your own key because we cannot provide this to our users at our current price tier. It's not possible. So why the hell would they even release this model? I, funny enough, think it's the same reason that the new V3 came out. Because it is the foundation they're building their new stuff on top of. The same way R2 will be on the latest V3, 04 will be on the latest 4.5. Why are they charging this much? Because it's a gigantic model and it costs them this much. They're not arbitrarily pricing this super high for the sake of it. They're doing it because that's what it costs them. It's a massive model, and as such, it has more knowledge of the world than almost any other model has squeezed into it. It's better at prose and writing than previous OpenAI models by a decent bit, but I still find it less personal than 3.5. I still find it less fun than almost any of the models here, and honestly, I find it a hell of a lot less smart and fun to work with than O3 Mini, which costs fraction of the price, like less than 75 times cheaper. And honestly, I find it dumber than O3 Mini, which makes sense because O3 Mini is a reasoning model, but it doesn't make sense because it's 75 times cheaper. So 4.5 has to be our first D tier. I'm not putting it in F because it can do things and it can do them okay, and its world knowledge is crazy, and as a gigantic model, it's impressive that they squeezed that much stuff into one model. I wish they shared more on the numbers of like how many trillions of tokens it's trained on and whatnot, but I wish they shared more of the numbers on how many trillions of parameters it's trained on, but Open and OpenAI hasn't meant open for a while now. I would F tier it, but that doesn't do enough to emphasize just how bad the QWQ experience was for me. So we'll keep that in D tier. Speaking of unnecessarily expensive, O1 Pro. It's better than 4.5 because it can answer things nothing else can. O1 Pro has been out for a while now, but they only recently exposed it over the API. And when they did that, they raised the bar for price. $150 per million in and $600 per million out is just meme tier. It's absurdity. I cannot fathom that they put it out at this price. But again, they're not doing it to make a bunch of money. They're doing it because people are asking for it. They already have it. They need to expose it. They need to not lose money exposing it. I'm sure they have a profit margin on this, but I'm sure it's less than 50%. It's probably closer to 10 to 20 at best. These models just are that expensive to run. It also sucks to use O1 Pro because it breaks the tier. It also sucks to use O1 Pro because it fundamentally breaks the UI and overall experience on the ChatGPT site. When it first dropped and I paid the $200 a month to use it, the site just barely worked. I would start generating an answer, get impatient because it took forever, go spin up a new thread using a different, cheaper, faster model, and the O1 Pro generation would just stop and fail because you can't do it in the background. And the mobile experience is even worse. I had such a bad time with O1 Pro. I felt like I was fighting the model and the website every step along the way. It definitely built a subconscious motivation to destroy the ChatGPT site because the O1 Pro model was already destroying it so quickly. It answered advent of code problems nothing else could. It can solve hard problems nothing else will. Not a lot of them, but it is a percentage win. It is 5 to 10% better than the next best thing at solving really hard problems. But 5 to 10% better doesn't justify 50 to 100 times more expensive. Yeah. OpenAI has quite the spread on this chart. I'm impressed. We got quite the set of rejects to end us with here. We'll go through them. Start with DeepSeek R1 Quen distilled. I think top of D tier is fair here, not because the Quen distillation is bad, but with the Llama distill being so much less quirky, it's hard to justify the Quen distilled. These both came out at the same time. They both perform really well. They hit crazy benchmarks. They both run on Grok, and they run on Grok pretty well. And Grok with a Q, not a K. We'll be Grok with a K in a minute. Overall, Quen distill is fine. It's probably the best model in this tier in terms of cost, performance, speed, benchmarks, whatever. But it's hard to justify when it comes out at the same time as something that is smarter and less quirky. So I'm personally not a big fan of the Quen distill. It is what it is for me. Gemini Flash Lite. This is tough for me. I think I'm going to do B tier. Hear me out. Google kind of screwed themselves with the 2.0 Flash pricing. Flash Lite is a smaller, faster, dumber model that is pretty much the cheapest model you can reasonably use for anything. 7.5 cents per million in and 30 per mil out. Unbelievably cheap. However, 2.0 Flash standard is only 10 cents per million out more and 2.5 cents per million in more. The size of the gap here, well, the minuscule nature of the gap between these two, the 25% discount from Flash to Flash Lite, makes it a much harder sell. Like at that point, I would just use Flash because it's so, like, Flash is already cheaper than most mini models from other providers. Like Flash is cheaper than Opus, it's cheaper than 4.0 Mini, cheaper than V3, even with its previous pricing. It's so cheap that having a lighter version doesn't feel that valuable. It's just hard to justify. If this had come out first, or if Gemini 2 Flash was priced more high, then Flash Lite would be a much better deal, even if it was half the price of Gemini 2.0 standard Flash. Easy sell. And if I was to just hide this from the UI entirely and put that there, it would be the default in everything I build. But the gap between here and here is so small that it's hard for me to give a shit. And I'm pretty sure we don't use Flash Lite anywhere anymore. For a bit, we were using it for title gen. Let me go double check quick. Yeah, no. In T3 chat, we're just using standard 2.0 Flash right now because it's really fast for title gen. This is also nice because we stream down the title generation before the rest of the response, and we always use Flash for the title gen, which means it's always really quick, even if the model you select is slow. This is the type of thing I would have expected a Flash Lite model to be great for, but we don't bother because standard Flash is already so fast, so cheap, and so smart that it's hard to care. That margin, that gap between the two is the biggest issue with Flash Lite. And it feels bad placing it lower simply because 2.0 Flash is so absurdly cheap. But that's the only reason this model makes very little sense nowadays. And to wrap things up, Grok 3. Obviously, best S tier. It's the only one that can make racial jokes and talk to me sexually with a voice. Real talk, though, I don't know how to place Grok simply because they've been lying about the API now for a month and a half. They promised us the API was coming very, very soon when they first announced Grok 3. They promised us we'd be able to use the API in no time. A month and a half later, they put up a form on their website you could fill out. It wasn't even a form. It was a link to an email address. You could send them emails asking for access. I did within 2 hours of it going live. The next day, they replaced that with a form that I filled out within an hour of it going live. And I have still not heard back, nor do I know anyone who has. I feel like they're hiding something. There is very little reason that they would take this long to release the API that isn't something sketchy. It could be that they're scared that I have too much clout on Twitter and I'm pulling T3 chat users that could have been their users. Probably not the case, but considering how much I've been harassing them, I wouldn't be surprised. It could be that their API, or it could be that their infra isn't stable enough for the huge boost. Maybe. Or it could be that they know it's going to look really, really bad when they pull it up on artificial analysis. And artificial analysis is only putting models on here that they can hit via an API because that's how they benchmark it. So my honest guess is that they're terrified of the artificial analysis guys, and that's why they're not doing it. But man, it's pathetic that they have not released the API yet. I would be surprised if it comes out within the next 2 months, honestly, because they are just pretending developers don't exist while also bragging about its performance. It does seem like they're sensitive about developer stuff in general, because one of the employees at XAI publicly posted about how Grok 3 is really good at a lot of things, but not necessarily great at code. And he got fired for it. So sure, it makes funny, edgy jokes. Sure, it helps them sell subscriptions to Twitter. I'm F-tiering it for the lies. I don't care how good the model is if they don't let me fucking use it or bench it or do any of the things I need to do to know how good it actually is. We don't know what it costs. We don't know how it performs. We don't know how it compares. We don't know if we're ever getting an API. The website's nice. The UI for Grok is cool. I'll give them that. Stream resumption is dope. If we were ranking these based on the website, it probably competes with T3 chat. That's probably why they don't want it built into other sites, because they want their site to do really well. I don't care. They're hiding things. They're acting like shit. They're lying. We will see what happens when the API comes out. Until then, I'm on the Assassin's Creed team. Until then, I'm on Team Assassin's Creed. Ratio the fuck out of them. I want to try it. I do. I'm very excited. I've had you know what? I'm going to prove myself here. XAI working. Here's a PR that I opened on T3 chat on February 17th. It hasn't merged because I thought they would drop the new model right then. I legitimately thought I would get to go change 2 variables, have Grok 3 support, and ship it day 1. It's been a month and a half. The fuck? Yeah, I don't care. They need to stop lying and actually ship something if they want respect from me. For now, F tier where it belongs. Because similar to QWQ being unusable, Grok 3 is literally unusable unless you happen to like their website and app. This is a pretty good tier list summarizing how I feel. And I'm curious if you guys feel the same. Did you learn something? Do you hate me more than ever? Am I overreacting to the API thing? Let me know. What is your favorite modeler? And until next time, peace, nerds. Actually, a bit more for tier list. Seek this near the end after my rant about Grok. Something this tier list doesn't show is how I actually use all these different models practically day to day. That almost feels like it deserves its own video. Let me know if you think I should do that in the comments. But the quick TLDR I will give is my default model is Gemini 2.0 Flash. It's a combination of not wanting to cost us a ton of money on T3 chat, the responses being really, really fast, the features of the model, because it has search built in, it has image recognition built in, it has PDF parsing, a giant context window. There's very little Flash can't do. I found it to be a really good default model. If it doesn't answer in a way that is satisfactory to me, I'll just open up T3, or if it doesn't answer in a way that's satisfactory, I'll just hop to the bottom of T3 chat, click a smarter model, usually, admittedly, O3 Mini, pick the reasoning depending on how hard the thing is and how much I care, scroll back up, and hit reroll. And now, hopefully, I'll get a better answer than I did the first time. And I'll be honest, it's been 50-50 as to whether or not switching to O3 gets me an answer when Gemini didn't. But Gemini has saved me so much trouble because 90% of the time, it is good enough. And when I search T3 chat, like, list all the breeds of corgis, exclamation point T3 with unduck, this I have set the default to Flash. And it's really, really nice. I have been blown away at how convenient it is to use Gemini Flash for general questions and prompting and even code stuff. Something I actually do a lot is ffmpeg script to convert a WebM to a 720p MP4, exclamation point T3. And now I can just click this, hop back to my terminal, and get right back to where I was. It's so nice. And other models just aren't as quick to get me an answer without compromising on the quality. So I almost always recommend starting with Gemini. And if it isn't good enough, O3 Mini if the problem is hard, and Claude if the problem is CSS. These are the three I use every day. I do have a lot of fun playing with the Llama Distill, but I often find myself just opening Llama Distill in a cloned thread while I wait for O3 Mini to answer. Generally speaking, I think this will get you pretty far, and obviously as new models come out, this will start to change, as it always does. But Flash to start, O3 if it's too hard for Flash, and Claude if I need it to look really nice. And when I'm in my actual editor, I tend to manually reach for 3.5. But recently, I'm letting it auto-select with the latest version of Cursor because it's fun and it's doing a decent enough job. I've been relatively impressed with it. We'll see how I feel long term. But 3.5 is still my default model within code tools. O3 is still my default model for hard problems. And Flash is my default for literally everything else. That's all I got for now. Let me know what you guys think. Am I super off base or am I pretty on point? Flame me in the comments as you love to do. Until next time, keep prompting. Cool. You can use the new outro there too, Phase. I've thought about this a lot, Garrett. I still think I would use Flash simply because it's so fast and good overall. Yeah, I can't recommend other models because you're always compromising on performance to cost. And speed especially. Actually, there's one other thing I need to do. Even more for AI tier list. Cool. Sneak this part in when I'm talking about how cheap Flash is. The original time talking about the Flash pricing. Flash is so cheap that we offer it for free on T3 chat when you're not even paying for the app. You can go to t3.chat, not sign in, and immediately start prompting and get 10 messages a day because why not? If you sign in, you get even more. And if you pay, you get way more. To emphasize it, I want to use this chart from my friends over at Artificial Analysis. Love these guys. The chart looks like garbage right now because O1 is so absurdly overpriced that it skews the entire chart. So we're going to turn that off. And I'm also going to turn off a bunch of the models nobody cares about really quick. I wish they would persist my settings. Cool. Hopefully this helps emphasize why Gemini Flash is so exciting to me. This green section here is the ideal because it's a chart of intelligence on the vertical axis and cost on the horizontal. So further left is good, higher up is good. Gemini here is massively revolutionary, especially when it came out when nothing else was close, because it was less than half the price of DeepSeek V3 with better performance, like smarter model. It's nuts. And when you compare that to stuff like, I don't know, Claude, all the way over here on the right, you start to see why Gemini is such a hype thing. It's insanely cheap relative to all these other things. And emphasize the performance side here. It's the only one in the green. It's the only one to cross the median point for performance and also cross it for intelligence. It's faster than Llama 3.1, despite being literally 3x smarter. It's a really fucking good model. And I don't want to have to sit there and wait for answers if the problem is simple enough that it could be generated by Flash. And most problems that I use AI for, Gemini 2.0 Flash is more than capable of. So I think it makes a lot of sense as a default model people reach for, because you'll know quickly if the answer's wrong because you get an answer faster. It's so much faster that even if Gemini 2.0 Flash was wrong half the time, you're still saving time overall because you get the answer so fast, you realize it's wrong, and then you re-roll with a slow model. You're saving half the time on those slower models. It's absolutely worth it. And it's so cheap, it feels free. Just use Flash. It's really good. It earned its S tier spot. It is my favorite model overall by all of its characteristics right now. O3 Mini is close because the price is, again, really good. Look at how cheap it is and how high up it is here. It's the highest up that we have available in this chart. And it's very far to the side over here. It's ahead of the cheap models, but it's way below the expensive ones. Very useful chart. Again, artificial analysis is super handy. Settings are param saved. Not fully. I've been talking with them about it. Oh, maybe they fixed it. Yes, they fixed it. The params are broken before. They fixed that. That's huge. I was talking with them a bunch about that before. I offered to give them free code. This is really cool too. You guys killed it with these quick projects for this shit. Happy that this was helpful for you. That was a fun accidental challenge for sure. The self-hostable models are just like 6 months to a year behind. Like, there will be revolutions there relatively quick, like a certain number of days after some tier jump happens in the traditional model world. Just sit and be patient. No one talks about those things like actively for a living productively because it's just so much less money than staying on top of the real like groundbreaking stuff. It's cool that we've gotten models that good that they can run on local hardware, but whatever. And my GIST is public. We already have this indicator. Every model tells you where it's hosted in settings. Show more. Oh, maybe do we not? I thought we did. We're not hiding the data, and on our status page, it's all listed for sure. Yeah, it's all listed on our status page. We're not hiding the data. Yeah. It's privacy, security, and price. That's it. Label mid priority. Again, we need this out before it goes out of date. I kind of want to not do this one just because we have too many priority things, and I would rather wait for the new models to drop. So I'm going to kill that. We got 4 killer videos out today. Let me make sure we don't have that on the calendar still. Clear. OpenAI can do images, is published. This we're going to punt for a large amount of time. Current stack, punted as well. Next auth problem. Whenever that's ready, we can publish it. I have a lot of work to do on the calendar post stream. What is the actors one, Gabriel? Is it this? Oh, yeah. I really want to read this. I don't want to figure it out on the fly for a video, but I definitely want to get in on that. Did this just drop? 8 days ago. Oh, it's linking to somebody else. Cool. Yeah, I love Pocket. I'm feeling pretty good about all the stuff we filmed today. Considering that we got multiple videos out yesterday as well. Unless there was other big news that I have missed since going live, which I would hope you guys would tell me about if there was. I think we're in a pretty good spot. That's not video worthy. Like Redwood's lifetime installations are comparable to a week of T3 ENV. Yeah, I'll eventually do a video about all the different like AI app generators. I still need to read the P-scale drives. The unduck T3 chat shortcut is just use unduck.link. So this is your search engine, and then exclamation point T3 as a bang will work for T3 chat. I want to do an even more cool tools, but we haven't shipped the part 2 one yet, and it's pretty out of date at this point. So the things I'm thinking of, the GitHub PR viewer in VS Code, unduck plus T3 bang. Ooh. Pretty insane that Oracle Cloud can even be hacked. Yeah, I know I need to read this one. I just don't want to give PlanetScale more free advertising. But I like this is one of those I want to sit down and read, and I'm very excited to. Oh, no, it's so good. Fuck it, fine. I'm not doing it today, but how your hard drive affects your code. Tentative title, just from the little I know about it. We'll do that one next stream. I don't think there's anything else I like need to cover. Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good overall. I'm not going to post my tier list yet until the video is ready to go, so I can post it alongside that. I have Dia. Not loving it yet. I need to play more still. And I don't think I'm going to go all in on a closed source browser again. Oh, I heard that Severance was edited on a Mac, but I heard it didn't use Final Cut, which breaks my heart. Avid? Oh, okay, that makes more sense then. Fucking Avid. Send examples to the T3 chat channel on my Discord, Pickley, and we'll take a look. I think I'm going to wrap up. This was very fun. Let me thank all the subs that I missed while I was filming there. That was a bunch of you guys, actually. I'm so sorry. We got Nair here with the tier 3. Thank you so much for the tier 3 support. Extra appreciate that. We got the Prime 6 months in from Anam here. Thank you for that. T4 Elon Musk getting a gift from Ref here. Thank you for that. Trow Gundam, 2 months to tier 1, 4 months total. Thank you so much. Bird of Spy gifting over to Chad Linsky. Totally Garrett with the tier 1. Speccav, always good to see you, man. 20 months total. And Sonkin here with the Prime 2. Thank you all again for the support. I will likely see you all next week, where I will finally be 1 year older. Tanner started a Twitter space. Okay. I will do my best to sneak in there and hang out. So if you guys want to hop into Twitter space with some of the smartest people I know, join me there. Hilarious that you just consistently sent the same message again. If it's that easy, go build it yourself. And if it's better than mine, I'll have to hire you. But crazy enough, the fact that I've basically fucking forked the AI SDK and rewritten a third of it, if not more, suggests that it's not quite that simple. Anyways, let's figure out who we're raiding traditionally. I mean, it's just going to be Primogen. Who am I kidding? We'll raid Prime, but I'm also going to be hanging out in Tanner's thing, so come hang out with me there if you want. Have fun, nerds. Thank you as always. Ta-ta. Thank you all for the birthday wishes. Maybe I'll go live on my birthday. I might be live on the 31st. We shall see. Goodbye. Goodbye, YouTube, as well.